Morning, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge that the County of Haliburton is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We acknowledge a shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today? Councillors Fury and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Fury, seconded by Councillor Carter. Be it resolved that the February 8, 2023 Haliburton County Committee of the Whole agenda be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any notice of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Seeing none, we will move into our delegations. Now, our first delegation is our human resources from the City of Kawartha Lakes, talking about the budget presentation. And we have a team effort today, although Cheryl Faber, the Director of Human Services, was listed as the primary presenter. We also have Janine Mitchell, Michelle Corley, and Kirsten Maxwell. And I think it's possible that Cheryl may be just a few minutes late.
Yeah, Cheryl's hoping to join us here in the council chambers, but she is running a few minutes late. But Janine has graciously offered to start the presentation in her stead.
Thanks, Janine. Nothing like being caught off guard at the last minute.
Well, actually, to be more caught off guard through you, my computer's not opening up the presentation, so Michelle's going to start.
Over to you, Michelle.
Heck, I'm it. I believe the presentation should be shared. Mark, correct me if I'm wrong.
We do have it, Michelle.
Okay, perfect. And if you can let me know when Cheryl arrives and when she's situated, I'm gladly hand it over to her. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your time this morning. Happy to be with you virtually and looking forward to just touching base over the important services that the City of Kawartha Lakes provides on behalf of the County of Haliburton. So as mentioned, the City of Kawartha Lakes Human Services Department is the department that oversees children's services, housing and homelessness services, as well as social services on behalf of the county. And that's through an arrangement, which we'll talk about a little bit more through legislation. To give you an idea of our organizational structure, this is generally how we work. So like I've mentioned just recently, those are the various divisions that we have. Additionally, that I didn't mention was that the city does operate a long-term care home, and that's Victoria Manor, completely separate and not included in any of the service agreements that we have with the County of Haliburton. We have two offices that primarily hold our staff doing the administration of these various programs. We have one office at 49 Maple Avenue in downtown Haliburton, and then we have one office at 68 Lindsay Street North in Lindsay. We have our senior team connected to each of these programs. So myself, I'm the manager of human services overseeing housing and homelessness. We have Janine Mitchell, who's the manager of human services overseeing social services and children's services. Then we also have Kirsten Maxwell, and Kirsten is the Chief Executive Officer of Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Housing Corporation. Holly Russet is our executive assistant, and then obviously Cheryl Faber is our director of human services. So we have altogether, including the staff at Victoria Manor, the long-term care home, 178 full-time employees, 95 part-time, and we're looking to have 4 other full-time employees join us in 2023. So moving on to the next slide, please. So as the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager, we are accountable to plan, fund, and deliver integrated services to the most vulnerable population as a contracted agent under legislation in the province of Ontario. There are 47 municipal service managers across Ontario. And since January 1st, 1999, the City of Kawartha Lakes is provincially designated service manager for the City of Kawartha Lakes, as well as delivering services for the County of Haliburton. And as I mentioned, those are the primary areas of services that we are required through legislation to provide to the residents of the County of Haliburton, as well as the City of Kawartha Lakes. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Housing Corporation, and as some of you know, Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Housing Corporation is the city's largest housing service provider, and they operate 783 units across the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton, with the City of Kawartha Lakes being its largest shareholder, which is governed by a board of directors. So they are technically a separate organization, but that connection then comes into play with the city being a sole shareholder. I would say they're also technically the largest landlord by any account across both regions. And since 2018, Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Housing Corporation has supported council with meeting a 0% increase to their budget and has committed to this. And yet they have, of course, incurred increases around utilities, property taxes, staffing costs, and many other expense increases over that time. There is also within that time period in 2021, if you recall, there was a provincial mandate to freeze rent increases. So even in opportunities to increase revenues, because subsidies were frozen, they were not able to even do such in 2021. So they have been effectively probably receiving a decrease in subsidy over that time period. I won't go over the Victoria Manor long-term care home piece because it's not applicable to the county, but wanted to just share with you some of the other role that Cheryl oversees. And I see Cheryl's head there, but I can continue, Cheryl, until you're situated.
Is your microphone on it?
My apologies for being late. 118 was a little slippery on the way over, so
It's not one of ours.
that's what I was thinking. It was a Muskoka Road. So anyway, Michelle, thank you very much for starting. So I will just keep going if that's
Absolutely,
good with
and
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So as Michelle was talking about the department, and for some of you that have been on council before and those that are new to council, under the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager, we have the three areas of housing, social services, and childcare. And so this slide actually really shows you visually the breakdown of how we are funded. And so within those divisions, you'll see primarily provincial funding in the blue is how we are funded, especially for children's and social services. And then the breakdown of the municipal cost share approach between the county and the City of Kawartha Lakes. And you'll notice in the housing services, there's a little bit of federal funding that comes in to support the program delivery. And very interesting is the differences in the housing services funding. It's the highest portion of municipal funding, yet very, very regulated provincially. So they do have a lot of sway into how housing is delivered at the local level. So I'll just take you through actually each of those. Next slide. Just make sure that, yep. So I just wanted to reiterate and probably review for some, but also educate for new council members around the fact of our cost sharing funding model that we do have. So as the Consolidated Service Manager, both the county and the city are required to pay their respective share. The cost sharing model is outlined differently for each division related to the administration requirements and the program delivery. So between the county and the city, there is also a partnership agreement that guides this for the Joint Advisory Council for us, and it actually outlines the roles and responsibilities, and Article 5 outlines that cost sharing agreement in the partnership agreement. So the next slide shows you then again the breakdown on our social services side, which is the Ontario Work side of the program delivery. And with that, you can see here the 100% provincial funding that comes in. And just for your awareness, why that is so large too, is that includes the 100% provincial funding that is the income and benefit supports for clients. So that's the actual monthly payments that go to clients, as well as the mandatory benefits that are paid and the discretionary benefits, as well as the program service delivery side. So you'll see in there the breakdown then of the County of Haliburton share with the City of Kawartha Lakes combined with the provincial funding for social services. So the next slide is our children's services program delivery funding. And with that, you can again see the breakdown here for the municipal cost share. And the provincial funding also includes the federal flow through that we receive for the Canada-wide early learning and childcare programming. So that's the CWELC programming, which is to expand spaces for childcare, as well as lower costs and enhance a stronger workforce. So the breakdown there shows you then the county's cost share, as well as the City of Kawartha Lakes cost share. And the last part of this funding model or cost sharing agreement is the housing piece, of which I'll show you here. It's a little more in depth because I've also showed you the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation component of this as well. So within the housing program services, we have the homelessness area, homelessness prevention. We have the affordable housing, and we have the community housing portfolios under housing. So homelessness is largely supported by provincial funding with some additional contributions from municipal support for prevention and emergency shelter. And then the community housing is allocated between the city and the county with percentages based on the number of transferred housing units and where they are located. So again, community housing across Kawartha Lakes and the county is provided by 6 housing service providers, and Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation is one of those housing providers. So the cost share for community housing is based on the proportion of units located in the county, and at that time it was transferred to the municipalities, which was in 2001. So just to break down here then, so within the County of Haliburton share, I wanted to show you the share then that goes to the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation from an operating perspective. So you can see the share of the county's perspective for Kawartha Lakes housing subsidy, and included within the overall share of the 1.1 million, that includes the other housing service providers too within Haliburton County. So that's the breakdown kind of the funding component for all of those areas. And the last piece on this slide is the capital component of the KLH subsidy. And that is a component that the county provides annual capital funding to KLH for those projects within the county. And you can see the total there for 2023. Okay, so next slide. So just wanted to share with you a few of the highlights since we have been kind of working over the last couple of years, the term of council and now the new term of council. Certainly the implementation of the federal provincial Canada-wide early learning and childcare plan is well underway. Space provision is being enhanced, which is great. We ended up submitting a plan actually middle of January for that expansion. And yesterday, we just had short news from Minister Stephen Lecce, and he came to Lindsay yesterday and highlighted the provincial launch. And so we had an opportunity to share with him kind of the expansion plans for the County of Haliburton and the City of Kawartha Lakes. So we actually were able to bend his ear yesterday, which was great, and very proud of the work we have been doing across both the county and the city. So that's new news as of yesterday on the childcare. And so our team has been really working hard to expand those spaces and decrease the cost. As well, we have also been very proud that over the pandemic, our childcare teams have been able to provide that emergency childcare services for the essential workers. That was a new thing for us during the pandemic. And of course, the childcare team stepped up to be able to deliver that. And as well, on the social services front, transformation and change continues. That whole area of Ontario Works has completely transformed since 2019. So over the course of the last term of council, a huge transformation has happened. So a new staffing model, a new service delivery model in Ontario Works. So that team, again, continues to be very resilient and move through the changes with that. They have also centralized all of the intake for Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support. So the province is doing all the centralized intake. However, it's not running as smoothly as we would like it to be. There is still quite a bit of administration and workload landing on the local offices, unfortunately. It was supposed to be a 70% provincial administration and a 30% local split, but we're still doing about 85% of the administration locally at this time. So we're still working through that with some of our staffing resources. And as well, in Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program, they're doing a lot of digital modernization within the program. So clients are getting reloadable payment cards. There's electronic document management. We also have a My Benefits portal that clients can go to. So there's a lot of IT and information technology that's coming into how clients receive services through Ontario Works. So next slide. So the other highlight and accomplishment, and something actually that we have been able to really put to good use over the last couple of years through the pandemic, is the Social Services Relief Fund. And these were one-time dollars annually to help augment some of the gaps, the needs, the crisis, the urgency that people living in the most vulnerable situations had experienced over the pandemic. So we have received $7.5 million over the course of that term. And I will actually tell you a little bit further what we're projecting on that for 2023. So with that fuse of money, we are able to enhance emergency shelters, and we also were able to offer emergency financial assistance for the most vulnerable, and we were able to help with some housing first, longer term solutions to get people to more sustainable housing. So, and just on this slide, we've also been able to show that the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation has, over the last few years, the 9 years, have built 142 more units, and you can see the breakdown there within the county and the city. The other Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation and the other 5 not-for-profit housing corporations currently provide just over 1,000 homes for housing within the county and the city. So next slide. So I'm not sure if all of you are aware, but certainly those that are on the Joint Advisory Council, we had a good conversation about this in January, and our 10-year targets still stand as we continue to move forward into 2023. And certainly the overlay of Bill 23 and how that impacts us with where we are moving forward on affordable housing. So as you can see to the graph on the left, that shows what our target was to build 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units across the county and Kawartha Lakes. And so that was the plan that was reestablished in 2019. And then on the right, that's just the breakdown then of the same amount of units, but really showing you where the need is amongst our low income and our middle income earners across both regions. So again, this is the next 7 years, we still have to achieve these targets, yet really trying to kind of understand how the funding would support the development as well as the overlay and the impacts of Bill 23. So next slide. So just some other objectives and priorities that we've been working on too. So the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation is in the development of a new unit within Lindsay, which is 46 units, and that is projected to be done by the end of December. And that is capital funding, which is flowed through our housing services division as the service manager. We've also been able, over the course of the last term of council, to really redevelop the emergency shelter within Lindsay, and increasing that to a 19-bed shelter, of which is very well utilized. And of course, on Friday night when it was -32, certainly a place where people could find some refuge from the cold weather. As well, our 4 county housing providers also continue with sustaining and maintaining their housing units as well. And Michelle Corley and myself have just been going out and meeting with those individuals just to kind of check in, see how things are going, given the fact that we're getting through the pandemic and what their plans are for moving forward. So next slide. So one of the biggest pressures that we see with the population that we serve is that integration between human services or social services and health. And certainly it is not an easy feat to serve the needs of those living in poverty and in the most at-risk situations. So the overlay between, and as you can see on this kind of pie chart, is the interface with justice, the interface with healthcare, mental health, addictions, housing, community support. So we're really trying to work with providers to really bring a comprehensive wraparound support system to those that we serve. And we're really starting to open up some dialogue with healthcare providers and mental health care providers to see how we can integrate that into a team or some type of a service delivery model to really meet the most vulnerable. And this is a real gap, especially as the complexity of needs are growing within those that we are supporting. So this is something we continue on this year to really focus on. So next slide. So again, as I said, social assistance transformation still continues. However, I just wanted to make note here that for your interests, the Ontario Works rates are still frozen at a 2018 level. They have not increased since 2018. Ontario Disability Support Program just received a very small income this past budget, but Ontario Works remains the same. So on caseload right now in Ontario Works, we have about 1,300 cases, which is serving about 2,200 individuals on Ontario Works across both areas. So when you think about a single individual living and receiving Ontario Works, that's $733 a month that they receive. And with that $733 a month, 390 of that is carved off for housing supports if they're eligible for the full amount. And $343 is for basic needs, which is food, transportation, your limited daily needs that you might need. So I think of $390 a month for just housing supports. I think even for $343 for basic supports, how would I live on that? So when you think of the $390 we have for shelter, we know that 72% of those tenants living in the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation are actually paying a rent geared to income, with the majority on social assistance, either Ontario Works or ODSP. So from an operational standpoint, from all of our housing service providers, how do they think about running a business when primarily a lot of their tenants are living on a very low rent geared to income? So that is a real conundrum that we are stuck within. Advocacy for higher rates, I think, still continues, but at 2018 rates, when the inflationary rates have really increased over the last 40 years, those living in Ontario Works have not had the opportunity for higher monthly rates. So the other thing that I wanted to note on this slide too is that given what a single does receive on a monthly basis, we also know that the average market rental rates are approximately $1,700 to $2,200 a month. So when you think of 390, you can just see the gap that we have around affordability. So So that continues obviously to be a pressure, as you already know. And I just wanted to make note here again that we are continuing to work with the Ministry of Education, as I said, with the minister visit yesterday from Education, Stephen Lecce. It was a good opportunity to bend his ear for reduction or for space enhancement and the reduction of the rates for childcare for parents. So we continue with that and have had some really good conversations with him, and we're expecting good results on the plan we submitted in January. Okay, so next slide. So I just wanted to share with you too that as of December, this just gives you a little bit of the picture of the waiting list for housing, because I'm sure on many of your campaigns you heard around housing and the affordability for housing. So as of December, there is about 2,200 people on the waiting list for community housing. When we look at that and we look at the turnover rate and the capacity and availability for housing units, that looks about a 10 to 14 year wait for housing, given the capacity of what we have in actual units. So you can see the breakdown there of the waiting list, 20% from Haliburton, about 50% from the city of Kawartha Lakes, 29% coming in from external areas, and 1% with no fixed address. And I just wanted to point out on the housing waiting list, the one thing with the housing waiting list is that they are not interconnected across the province. So someone may have their name on the waiting list here, but they may also have their name on the waiting list in Muskoka, and they may also have it on the North Bay waiting list, or Ottawa for that matter. So there's no way to interconnect those. So constantly updating that list and trying to stay on top of it is a key administration role within our office too, from a placement perspective. So again, the question as we think about 2023 and beyond is that pressure around the affordable housing targets, yet the demand continues to rise. As I said, I've already talked about Bill 23 and how that impacts how we move forward on this with incentives for developers to build housing units. And as well, Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation has 223 units built or in development, but yet at this time, there's not enough financial contribution to achieve those collective targets. So we're sitting again from a gap perspective. So the other thing that has been also, you feel like you're running to catch up a little bit because over the course of COVID, the province froze rents, and we weren't, of course, landlords weren't able to increase rents. Yet in 2022, we did get a 2.5% increase from the ministry. So that means our housing service providers had been frozen, could not increase rents. And then we did have a 2.5% increase, which was the highest that we had seen, but yet we know the consumer price index has increased at a much higher rate. So costs are increasing, staffing costs are increasing, property taxes continuing to increase while rents were frozen. So again, another affordability gap. So the next slide. So we are continuing to work with the looking at the growing need for people who are unsheltered and living without housing overhead. And we're looking to address some of the space and capacity issues with the emergency shelter and looking for means to actually work with those to provide shelter, at least to move them forward to more sustainable housing first solutions. Again, as I said, social services relief funding, it will be ending in 2023. So that real influx of investment that we have received since 2022 to help offset some of the crisis and the urgency, that will not be received in 2023. So again, we will see how that leaves us sitting as we move forward into this year. And you know, I point out here staff resilience in times of uncertainty. Given the complexity of need, our staff are dealing with high levels of trauma, a lot of situations which they've never seen before. And we are reassessing how we support staff, what type of development and training we put in place for staff, as well as security measures when they're going into units, and uncertain as to what they may see within that unit, and who shows up at our counter some days. There's a lot of despair and desperate situations that we're hearing. So we're really focusing on staff and their resilience too as we go forward. And again, on the other side of that, how do we continue to recruit and sustain our workers and our employment? As you probably are all experienced across the area, just job recruitment and retention is a key thing right now with our labor market. And we're just working to come through the pandemic and what that recovery and renewal looks like as we move forward. So that is the very end of it. And then the last slide basically was just a thank you to you for the continued partnership and the relationships that we have. I started in September, and since that time, I've had a great opportunity to work with Mike and the team, and just know that working together is the best solution moving forward. So have really appreciated the relationship and the welcome here. And I know the management team that you've met already prior to my coming. I couldn't do it without them and the whole team that we work with every day. So thank you again for your continued partnership. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Cheryl. We really do recognize that you're operating under some pretty serious challenges, and we're all in this together. I just hope that that things do gradually improve, and I think we might all look to the province to help us with that. From my perspective, I'm really glad to see that you have, within the organization, some new members, that there have been some new models that are being established. I don't believe that I'm alone in saying that in years gone by. Looking at budgets, we see, what our percent is compared to what yours is, but it's still a big part of our budget. And we have felt, I think, at some times that we've been held a little bit at arm's length. And I really look forward to stronger communications and a better working relationship, just a stronger, not better, working relationship between Haliburton and the city of Kawartha Lakes as we move forward. I look to members of council with any questions or comments that you might like to make. Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. I remain dumbfounded by the staggering amount of need out there and the gap. It's hard to, in a single PowerPoint presentation, describe the visceral experience of the people who are looking to these services. So well done to you and your team for trying to make that gap in an almost impossible situation. I have a question about the cost share ratio. I appreciate it's broken down by program delivery. To what degree do you believe that program delivery is also an accurate reflection of proportion of need? Now, I appreciate need is total, you're well outstripped. There's way more need out there than what you're actually able to do. But how does the percentage of cost share and program delivery reflect changing proportions of need within the two jurisdictions that you look at?
That's a very good question. And thank you for your comment earlier. I know that at our very first joint advisory committee, whereby Councillor Carter, Councillor Ryle, and Councillor Dayu were at, we had a very in-depth conversation about that. So thank you for that. And I will start this off, but certainly as I'm on my learning curve, I will reach out to probably Janine and Michelle to offer further. But I think where you hit the mark was, that's exactly my quandary as well. As we move through with our government and moving forward after the provincial election last year, how are they moving to kind of align with the need and the complexity today, given probably when funding models were first delivered and how our funding pockets were broken out? And so that still continues to be something myself and through our Social Services Association, we continue to bring forward to advocate for as well. How are they keeping up with the times given the change in the dynamic? So I will look to Manager Mitchell and Manager Corley as well to just talk about your experience through the housing and the social services and childcare side about the almost the adjustment based on the current need.
Hi, Janine Mitchell. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So just to explain about the cost share overall, that is something that has the possibility of changing in 2024. Both of our programs that I'm responsible for, Children's Services and the delivery of Ontario Works, are going through funding formula changes. So we don't really know at this time what 2024 is going to look like. The province is including us in their consultations, but ultimately it's their decision. We do know that currently with Children's Services funding, the province has moved away from the current model of 10% of our allocation. They are moving and right now our cost share with the province for Children's Services is set. It's a set amount, and it's been that amount for as long as I've been here. It's been roughly that amount. And the province is moving towards a maximum of 5% of our total funding. And of that 5%, we are only going to receive 2.5% from the province. So it's going to be 50-50 cost sharing. That's what they're proposing. For the past few years, the province has offset. This has actually been in place this is our third year. The province is offsetting that for us with one-time funding every year so that we aren't seeing that increase as they continue to review the funding formula and with the implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan. Of that administrative cost share, there is a percentage as indicated in the agreement that is shared with Haliburton. That's your allocation is 16%. That amount is based on historically over a number of years, the caseload composition in Children's Services and in Ontario Works, just roughly that split, and adding in additional costs for other positions that might be housed in City of Kawartha Lakes, but provide services there. I can say to you that we don't sit here and say, oh, Haliburton only gets 16% of the work. We don't do it that way. We do assign the work and the people by need, and we work to manage that, making sure we're very self-conscious and aware of making sure that we are providing services to the County of Haliburton equally and fairly as if it was the County of Haliburton providing those services. That's our intent and our approach. I can also say that some of the cost sharing for County of Haliburton is based only on services provided in the County of Haliburton for Children's Services. So the agencies located in County of Haliburton providing services to the residents of County of Haliburton, we have the historical municipal cost share associated with those programs, and that's what County of Haliburton is charged. And I can let Michelle go sorry, one more thing. I just wanted to share that there's only a small portion. It's only the administrative costs for the delivery of Ontario Works that are cost share. All the rest are 100% funded. And that's why the cost share for Ontario Works is the rate that it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's a really good question. I would say I'll talk to community housing and homelessness briefly. So as far as community housing goes, as we reviewed in the presentation, the cost share is based on where the actual physical unit is lying. But in respect to the actual demand or the need, we do see in the County of Haliburton that you have more of your population waiting for community housing than what we see in Kawartha Lakes. I also want to bring us back to the affordable housing targets that were set. And those targets were set from a consultant looking at 24 different data points when establishing those targets. And the County of Haliburton then was presented 3 different models of targets. And the county took the top model, the most aggressive housing model, to try to meet need and modestly exceed the need, given the concerns that obviously the county has over those requiring affordable housing. So there's that into play. So as we work towards achieving those targets, costs will come into play for rent subsidies and things like that. And rent subsidies historically, if they're not covered through provincial funding, then 100% of those rent subsidies are covered by the municipality where that unit again is situated. As far as homelessness goes, we're doing our best to keep track of those experiencing homelessness through our by name lists. So we generally have an idea of how many people in the county and in the city are experiencing homelessness. Proportionately, Kawartha Lakes is a little higher, but we also know that in the county, a lot of people we find are living rougher than what we have in the city. However, the level of needs that individuals are having by way of being measured through an assessment tool that we use, we see greater level of need in Kawartha Lakes. So it's not clean cut. And then there's all of the other instances of those maybe on the cusp of experiencing homelessness. So a little bit tougher to narrow down there. But as far as costs go, predominantly a lot of our homelessness response work is being covered by provincial funding, with a little bit of municipal funding being topped onto that.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Carter.
Thanks for the presentation. I recognize that, slightly comparing apples and oranges here, but we have approximately 2,200 people on the waiting list, and that list continues to grow. We have a plan to produce about 2,000 units over the 10 years, which is obviously less than what's on our waiting list right now. And we've produced 142 units in the last 8 years. So needless to say, when you're producing 142 over 8 years, when you need to be producing 200 a year, there's a bit of a gap there. That's one point, is just to try to highlight the seriousness of this and the numbers for everybody. The second part is that if we were producing those 200 units, as Michelle just mentioned, we would need to be subsidizing those units, which would be a huge impact on the budget here. So at some point, these numbers all have to be reconciled, and we have to figure out what we can do, because it probably means getting funding from federal or provincial levels or more senior levels of government. But what we have right now is, well, I'm going to say far from optimal. It's not even close to what we need.
Councillor Ryle.
Yeah, I have to think that you guys, everybody says that people like us, we've got a tough job because we don't seem to be on the right side of anything. But having said that, we got clear direction on where we're going. We got the opportunity to win. You guys, the further you go forward, the behinder you get. And the amount of intestinal fortitude that goes into what you do should be admired beyond anything that I can even express. Because every time you try to move it forward, it keeps sliding behind you, and yet you continue to move it forward. So that's something. And going back to the meeting that we had in January, which was very productive enough that it didn't get finished and it has to be finished, which I thought extremely encouraging. But one of the biggest things that came out of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing where we go with that, is coming up with a maiden KLH solution. I'm not sure what that is, and I don't think anybody has that answer yet, but it was really lightening to realize that there is no pessimism in what we're doing. The realization of how tough it is was there's no getting around that. But there seems to be, if nothing else, we should be able to keep up with as much as we can. And I was so impressed with the overall attitude that was taken by all the groups. And I certainly look forward to what we can do. And I'm sure I can speak for the rest of the members of Haliburton County that we will certainly do our best to support in any way that we can, as much as we can. So thank you very much for what you're doing and what you've done.
Go ahead.
May I just respond? And I just wanted to say to both counselors for your acknowledgement of that. And I think that's where our conversation is this year with staff too, is how do we continue to ensure the resiliency of the team? We've had some really tough situations in the first part of January, of which we've had to really regroup again with staff and bring them back. And we have a really great team. And so retaining that team as we move forward and keeping our heads held high and like, as you said, moving forward will be a big part of our work. But I do agree with the can-do attitude, right? So as we move forward, we maybe have to change our mental model, how we think about things, how we innovate with things, how we incentivize developers over the longer term to hit some of those targets with us. So I look forward to those conversations as we move forward in both our KLH Housing Board and the Joint Advisory Committee. So that's where the partnership and the relationship will continue to foster and grow. So thank you.
You know, I know that as local area councillors, we all need we'll come up against some really challenging situations and head-banging situations, but they're not heartbreaking situations like you have to deal with. And that's the thing that makes it so difficult for your staff. One question I might ask, with respect to Councillor Carter's comments, is that, we're trying to move ahead to provide housing for the numbers in need here. And yet 29% of the people on the waiting list are from external areas. And I suspect that is part of provincial legislation or, is there anything that we can do about that? Because we're literally looking for funding and considering funding units that are outside of the region entirely. And that's been raised before here, even between, people in City of Kawartha Lakes taking up units in Haliburton or vice versa. But to think that we're funding units for people that are from outside the region makes it a little bit challenging. And that might be, I don't want to be insensitive, but it's a reality for us.
Well, and certainly, Michelle, I'll hand this to you, but just maybe a story with that too is when you think about the affordability factor for housing for some young people today, we find that they'll be moving home to live with parents. And so when you think of that, their roots may be here. However, they may be moving home to be with closer to parents. So we don't even know what that external to our region looks like, right? So I think we have to think of those things as well. But I know from a legislation side, as you said, Warden Danielson, Michelle, maybe I'll hand that to you, given how the wait list is managed, just for some context.
Yep, for sure. And I know that slide was probably going to prompt some questions, and that's fine. That's good. That's what we're here for. So although, there is a number of individuals on the waiting list who don't have an address within the service manager area, what we looked at just recently was over the last 5 years, we're hitting close to 90% of those being housed are from the region. We also have to keep mindful that some of those who are outside the area are literally just in communities on the other side of our municipal boundaries. So I would like to think that they should be supported with the freedom of choice of where they want to live and not necessarily bound to municipal boundaries. But I do recognize the financial pressures we are all under. I also will say too, we do see people in our region leaving and going on other waiting lists for community housing because of lots of different personal situations happening in their life, whether that's they're having to deal with some sort of chronic medical condition requiring them to move to a different area to receive long-term treatment, going to a different area to support family. And then there's some people who are returning to our area too, right? So right now they don't have a local address, but in the past they have. So those are some of the other details surrounding the waiting list. But like I said, ultimately close to 90% of people is our common trend we are seeing right now for people who actually accept it. And as Cheryl noted too, we have some of those individuals who are maybe more so outside of our boundaries. They're on multiple lists. So just because they're on the list doesn't mean they're naturally going to come to the top of our list or make that final decision to move here.
Well, and I suppose conversely, there's so many people here looking for employees that this does bring, you know, a labor force to some extent back into the county. So that's helpful.
And if I may add, where Danielson, like I think of Dorset, someone could be on the one side of Dorset in Muskoka and be on their wait list, but they could also be wanting to move across the street and be in Haliburton and be on
across the street.
literally across the street, right? So there's a really close example.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Cheryl. It was great to meet you, and, you know, lots of good information for us, and to your team, thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation? Councilors Carter and Ryle, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the 2023 proposed budget presentation from Cheryl Faber, Director of Human Services, City of Kawartha Lakes.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again. So next on the agenda is a delegation from the Emergency Management Group, Michael McIsaac and Keith Kirkpatrick, who are going to present our Haliburton Paramedic Master Plan. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
That's right. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you folks again. I hope you're enjoying this weather, this mild snap here that we have, maybe. Calm before the storm, maybe.
Not sure the snowmobilers would agree with you.
That's correct.
All right, well, Madam Warden, Council, CO Rudder, Chief Waite, we are glad to be here from Emergency Management Group to discuss the paramedic service master plan for the next 10 years. You can flip to the next slide. The process that we did in this, we consulted with a lot of different groups, including council, both new and old council, CAO and the chief and his management team, unionized paramedics, both by an interview with the executive and also by a staff survey. We talked to Lindsay Central Ambulance Communication Center and the Central East Pre-Hospital Care Program, or the base hospital, which provides medical delegation and education to the paramedics. And we also discussed or had a conversation with Haliburton Highlands Hospital CAO and the clinical manager there, and to get a good picture of the relationships with everybody. And I must say they were extremely well relationships for working together collaboratively. We also now analyzed a lot of data, the ambulance dispatch data, which is known as ADRS. We also reviewed the iMedic data created by the paramedics for patient documents. We also looked at various, I guess, reports and consultations that were done that dovetail to the paramedic service that were already done for the county. And what was I going to say there? We used all that information to put together the master report, and it took several months to kind of go through all that data. Also was a risk assessment done of the 4 municipalities and the county itself to kind of get us to where we got to. We identified 6, if we can go to the next slide, we identified 6 major challenges for the Haliburton County, and I'm going to just basically list them off, and Mike's going to get in a little bit more detail on some of them. The first large challenge that we see is the interfacility transfers from Haliburton Highlands Hospital. The next one is critical coverage, and you can almost say that it's essentially hospital challenges that cause some of that, but critical coverage is when you have your ambulance fleet depleted and due to various reasons, and the biggest being call volume, but it could also be doing work that maybe isn't truly 911 work. We've also noted that there's a lean management team. The management team that you have is working extremely well with what they have, and so are the paramedics, your frontline paramedics. And one of the analogies I would use, you always hear people talking in sports about giving 110%. Well, I would say your paramedic service is giving 150%. They're really working beyond the means that they have. And they need to be commended for that. You have aging infrastructure that we're going to discuss. And obviously you have a growing population, you have an aging population, and that's not unique to just Haliburton County, but it's something that we have to kind of face. And then the issues with paramedic recruitment and retention. Again, that's not just an issue here, that's an issue, I hear that issue all over Canada right now. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mike.
Okay, next slide. Very good. Thank you. Yeah, so as Keith mentioned, one of the major issues that we found was interfacility transfers. So interfacility transfers, for those who don't know, is the movement of patients between facilities, as the name would suggest. Typically, it's from a hospital to another hospital or to a nursing home or a long-term care facility. In many cases, the interfacility transfers occur out of Haliburton due to a lack of diagnostic imaging. In recent years, diagnostic imaging such as a CAT scan or an MRI has become the standard of care for emergency room physicians. When a patient comes in suffering from a head injury or other types of injuries or illnesses. Without that diagnostic imaging tool, without the CAT scan, the physician can't make an appropriate diagnosis on the patient. There is no diagnostic imaging in Haliburton currently. I know that there's work going on to get a CAT scan in one of the local hospitals, and that's great. As Keith said, it took many months for us to get this project complete. Over 6 months of work, we consulted and we looked at a lot of data. So we've heard recently from the CAO and the chief that some work has actually begun on a lot of the stuff that we've identified. So your team has identified it ahead of us, and we're just following up here now. So yeah, so the interfacility transfers, it's the largest call type that you folks do by far. When you look at the chief complaint or the reason for being dispatched to the call, interfacility transfers is great. It accounts for 33% of your total calls that the ambulances are doing. And you have to understand too, when you're doing a call within the county, a 911 call, let's say, in Haliburton, and you're going to the Haliburton hospital location in Haliburton, it's a quick call, right? It'll take you 5-10 minutes to get there, on the scene and back. So within an hour, that call's wrapped up. When you're doing interfacility transfers outside of the county, which most of them are, that's taking hours and hours and hours of time. This is evidenced in that second chart, as you can see. So the first chart indicates that interfacility transfers take up 30% of the overall numbers of calls, ambulance calls, but it's taken up almost 50% of the time that your ambulances are out there doing work. So 50% of the ambulance work is actually in relation to interfacility transfers. So that's that's your biggest stressor when it comes to the actual call volumes and what's happening out there with the ambulances and the paramedics. This has been increasing since 2019, when it became the number one problem, primary problem for dispatching. It's grown since 2017 immensely, well over 50% since 2017. Call volumes for interfacility transfers. So that's definitely the number one issue, and we're glad to hear that there's some movement, or there's a plan to try anyways to stem that through getting a CAT scan in the county. So that's great information, great news. Next slide, please. One of the other issues that we found, and it's related all to call volumes, right? So it is related to the interfacility transfers and such, is critical coverage, the concept of critical minimum coverage, ambulance coverage, and ambulance offload delays. Now, these are two topics that you'll probably hear about in the news if you pay attention provincially. In Ottawa, for instance, recently or over the past year, there was big issues where Ottawa had no ambulances available, and there was a cry for help, and the other services were coming in. The neighboring services were coming in and doing calls in the city of Ottawa for the Ottawa Paramedic Service because they had no vehicles. They were at zero. What they call CMEG zero, critical minimum emergency coverage, is zero ambulances available. They're tracking that. Hamilton is also another case. If you look it up, you'll see Hamilton has a huge issue, or has had a huge issue with being down to zero ambulances. And when you consider the hundreds of thousands of people in Hamilton or in Ottawa with no ambulance coverage, that's a big issue. It does happen here. It was very hard to find the calculation. But the calculation on the right-hand side in the table, you'll see details the number of times concurrent calls are occurring. You've got a not necessarily a static deployment model. You sometimes will upstaff when the need arises, especially in the summertime when it's busier in your communities. There'll be an extra ambulance on, so it's very, very hard to figure out when you're at zero ambulances. But I can tell you how many times calls were occurring at the exact same time. And you can see on that chart 3 years worth of data. So 3 calls were happening in 2022, 16,000 minutes of time where there were 3 calls occurring at the same time. At maximum normal deployment, you've got 4 ambulances on. So that means there's 1 ambulance available left for the whole county. And you can so forth. You can see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 calls. There was 8 minutes in 2022 where there was 8 calls occurring in your community in your county at the same time. And I asked the chief and the staff, I said, is this possible? You don't have 8 ambulances. Well, when you count the deputy chief, you count the 2 community paramedics and the ambulances that were available that day, that was validated that all those ambulances and those vehicles were on. There was 8 calls happening at one time in 2022. So this does happen. It's not just a big town issue. So and you look to, when we look in Hamilton and Ottawa and such, one of the biggest reasons are the ambulance offload delays. What happens in an emergency department is when they're inundated with patients, there's nowhere for the patients to go. And it's like you just can't fit any more into that facility. So paramedics are waiting in the halls, and you heard the term hallway medicine. Paramedics they can't hand their patient off to the nurse. The nurse has no capacity to take these patients. There's no beds in the emergency department and such. That's what causes the ambulance offload delays. And technically anything over 20 minutes, if it takes more than 20 minutes to have that patient off your stretcher into a care of the hospital, is considered an ambulance offload delay from the ministry standpoint. So as you can see in the chart on the left-hand side, ambulance offload delays have been increasing in both numbers and in average time over the course of the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And Keith will take this one.
Okay, so your management structure, presently you have a chief, a deputy chief of operations, a deputy chief of quality assurance and education, and a commander of clinical projects. And anyways, when we noted that, with the lack of what you're really lacking is what you're lacking is frontline supervision. So what you need to look at is the chief should be looking to the future. The chief should be working on projects and working with the community to try and figure out where we need to go. And same with the deputies to a large extent, ordering stuff. It takes a lot of time. And what you have right now is you have people that have those senior management roles trying to do frontline supervision at the same time. And it's definitely causing a stressor on both groups. And frontline supervision, when we talk about that, that's really managing your paramedic service in real time. So some good ways I can kind of give you some insight into that is, having a frontline supervisor. I know when I was chief of Kawartha Lakes, we had a hard time getting frontline supervisors 24/7, but it took time to get there. But once you're there, you have somebody who can now be in contact with those CAC or ambulance communicators constantly so that problems don't arise. Hopefully the problems will be mitigated to a large extent before all of a sudden all your ambulances are depleted. And making sure that your supervisors have a good relationship with the supervisor at the CAC and also the supervisors at the hospital, and trying to kind of manage and mitigate things before they occur. The other big thing is the health and safety of your paramedics, making sure they're at those large scenes, making sure they're safe, and also making sure after the call that they are kind of looked after from a post-traumatic stress or a clinical mental health point of view. And that's really the role of a frontline supervisor. And right now you don't have that. I'm sure that the chief and the deputy chief try to do as much of that as they can, but it also takes them off what their true purpose is. So that would be something that needs to be looked at. Ensuring deployment is done, daily. So for an example would be, hopefully in the future, you would have somebody who would be talking to the hospital in real time, knowing that a transfer is coming and saying, okay, I need you to wait 30 minutes until I have a new crew come on so we don't exhaust the crew that's already in place, and having those kind of relationships become stronger and stronger. Because right now, if the transfer happens at 6 o'clock at night, your management team has gone home and they're on call. And that on-call system is really an antiquated way to deal with things, because I can tell you right now, the staff aren't going to call their supervisor or their manager usually, and the CAC isn't either, and neither is the hospital. So what's going to happen, the problem now exists, and you're now trying to solve a problem on a phone at 6 o'clock at night, or worse, 2 o'clock in the morning. So having somebody there to manage it in real time means a lot to both the staff that are working and the system itself, making sure it functions at a high level. Again, I can't focus enough that the senior managers need to be focusing on the big picture, and the road supervisor or superintendent needs to be dealing with what the issues are in real time. And I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Okay, so aging infrastructure, we identified a little bit of aging infrastructure that you have. You're not unlike any other municipality or county, however, it is something that occurs. You have 3 paramedic stations, 1 post in a fire hall in Stanhope, 7 ambulances, I believe, and 4 ERVs. And the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where I believe you were at. I looked at the asset management plan of 2019 for the county, and there was an indication in there that you might be on the verge of needing another ambulance, an actual vehicle, due to population growth and changes and such. I don't believe that occurred as of yet, but yeah. So there is a need to look at another vehicle, actual asset. Without the having another vehicle, it becomes harder to do some minor preventative maintenance, things that can maybe taking care of the rust before it becomes a bigger problem. You know what I mean? Things like that. When you are down vehicles, it becomes hard to deploy as well. The best practice is to have a vehicle available for every shift. You've got 7 shifts, 7 vehicles. So if one of them is in for servicing, and there's a pretty rigid service policy, which has been approved by the ministry. It's a standard policy that most services adhere to. It becomes harder to ensure that you have those vehicles there for when the cross shift happens, when night shift is and day shift changeover, to make sure that they can flip vehicles. So it becomes harder, and it's even harder now with the recent pandemic and with COVID causing supply chain issues. You see that all around through many different industries and such. The vehicle industry is a big one. As we heard from the chief, the box of the ambulance, which is manufactured in Canada, they have the boxes assembled. They have no chassis. They have no, I don't know whether they use Ford or GMs, but they have no vehicle, no actual truck to put that box onto, because there's the delays and chips and such. The other thing that can happen too is if you had your own vehicle and you're waiting for a part, that can actually take a lot longer than it was in the past, right? Where it would only take a couple of days to get a part in, now can take a couple of weeks or months. So that's another item where you've got to have the redundancy in place. You have to have the backup vehicles available, so that if something like that happens, that you can make good. The stations, and as far as the stations go, Minden is the newest station, and it's very well appointed. It's a very good station. The thing is that you've got a new program, the community paramedic program, which is doing great work throughout the community. And we've heard it from all ends, and we've seen the great results that the community paramedic program's had. They're stationed out of the Minden station, and they're squishing vehicles into the garage to try to keep them warm, to make sure that the medications and that the fluids and such in the vehicles stay at a room temperature, at a proper temperature. So that station is good for a paramedic crew, but you throw the community paramedic program in there, it gets a little cramped. The Haliburton station, all the garages are in use. If you get another vehicle, it's going to be hard to put it in a garage. You need one, but it's hard. Where are we going to put it, right? It's a combined station where the paramedics are deploy out of. You have long-term storage, and there's also the management offices are there as well. Little bit of a lack of separation between the management and the frontline staff. It's great to be together, and there's many scenarios where in one location is great. There's some shared facilities that they can split a little bit differently. However, Torrey Hill Station was recently built, but it's very small and it lacks a lot of privacy. And in the community or in the paramedic survey, we found a lot of complaints, a lot of issues about the Torrey Hill Station relating to privacy. When you're with somebody for 12 hours a day on a 12-hour shift, sometimes you need to get away. Sometimes you have personal needs you need to take care of, and it's a very small station. And the Stanhope Station, well, that's a fire hall, and the crews go and they can go there and take time when they need to. That's the last station that's actually staffed. However, when you only have 4 ambulances on the day shift, they will go to Stanhope and they'll wait there.
I don't think it's fair to call it one of your stations because it's our fire hall.
No, it's not a station. It's a post. It really is a post where they can go and they can take refuge. They can sit down and take a moment at that station. So the aging infrastructure again is an issue. Next slide, please. Now, this again is nothing new. You've probably heard it. There's been many terms in the past 10 years on the the gray wave or the aging tsunami, different headlines. We're not any of us are getting younger, right? So the aging population is a real issue. It's well known that the older you are, the more healthcare you will require. The data will suggest this as well throughout this report. You can see in the slide on the right, the 65 or older makes up 35% of the population in Haliburton. However, 65 or older makes up 60% of the ambulance calls. That's not abnormal. That's very similar in many other areas. The thing is, we need to be aware of that, right? And we need to plan for that to make sure that we have the resources available to handle that. Haliburton's also had the largest increase in population in Ontario and the 4th largest in Canada between census periods from 2016 to 2021. The percentage increase, 13.9% increase in Haliburton, really indicates, I guess, that Haliburton's a great place to live. And a lot of people want to come and live in Haliburton. And when a lot of people want to come and live in Haliburton, we need more services, I guess, right? Or you have to evaluate the services that you have and to see that you're going to be meeting the needs of for now and the future. Again, COVID's put a big unknown into everybody, right? Into every realm. And you got to look and see what COVID might do and the work from home. We know it's gaining in popularity, and then there are a lot of people working from home now. If people can make Haliburton their home instead of living in Toronto or living in Scarborough, I think a lot of people would, right, if they could work from their homes. So, and with the improved technology that I understand is looking like happening in Haliburton and in their more rural parts of the province, better cell phone coverage, better internet, you're going to see more people coming here. So we got to be prepared for that. And I think that's the report indicates as such. The Ministry of Finance creates projections every year, and population projections and such, and they suggest that by 2046, seniors will make up 40% of the Haliburton population. And that's the largest in Ontario. They're suggesting the largest percentage-wise, so the oldest county in the province, percentage-wise, will be Haliburton. It currently is. So that's nothing new, but we have to be prepared for that. And that's all, that's what the report would indicate. So looking at all of this, we see actually the Ministry of Finance projections are a little bit behind. I looked at it, they do them in the summertime, in summer of 2022. 2022 was already, the population was already higher than what they had thought. So it's yeah, it's a moving target here, but you got to be aware. Next slide, please, and Keith will continue.
I'm going to talk about paramedic recruitment and retention. And as I've already said, you know, healthcare workers in general, recruitment and retention is tough all over the country. So looking at some unique ways where you can foster maybe some homegrown talent that maybe will want to stay in the community that they grew up in. So some of the things that we did when I was in Kawartha Lakes, we really worked with our local high school with doing some CPR programs, AED programs, working on some high school co-ops. Obviously, they can't go out clinically and go on calls, but they can maybe work a little bit with your community medic program, maybe go out when you're doing some education programs like CPR, et cetera, to try and get some buy-in. And I know in my tenure there, you know, since I've left, we have 3 that we kind of grew into homegrown kids that became paramedics in the community. So that's a really good thing. And I think working on some career days with your local high school, maybe working collaboratively with the Haliburton Hospital Highlands and doing a career day on healthcare, and then trying to get some local high school kids to realize there's good paying careers locally that they can have. Looking at, as I said, already doing some education with CPR, first aid, things like that. Even looking at, I know some paramedic services have done this, it takes a lot of time, but they've worked with Scouts Canada to create a ventures program. And I know they have one in Durham Region Paramedic Service, and I know Toronto is doing the same thing. So when they do community events, they'll have a couple of paramedics with some kids and they've all been trained to do AD and first aid, and they go out into whatever community event is going on. And it helps to kind of give them some kind of insight that they're actually doing something that's a little bit more clinical. Another thing that we did at the local high school in Lindsay was we worked with one of the science programs to, when they were doing human anatomy, we had some paramedics go in and do some of the lecturing and stuff like that. So just trying to kind of get that kind of buy-in from your local community and kind of grow your own paramedics, so to speak. Bursary programs, that might be another thing to consider. Recruitment at the or recruitment fairs at some of the community colleges, if you have time to send somebody down, like your usually the deputy chief of Whole Assurance and Education might go to some of the community colleges like Durham and Georgian, I believe, has a program, et cetera, and just kind of try and recruit people from right there. Signing bonuses for local applicants, many places are doing that now. So you look at somebody who with their home addresses, and maybe you're going to give them a certain amount of money. And then they would have to sign something that they're going to work here for the next 5 years, you know, things like that. Those are incentives to kind of get people to come. And the other one was, and I'm not 100% sure this one's a good one, but recruitment of senior paramedics. Sometimes when you get senior paramedics, you get senior problems too. But looking at, you know, places like Toronto, I know my son is a Toronto paramedic, and the average lifespan of a Toronto paramedic right now is 5 years, right? They don't want to work in the big city. They want to work in the big city to get the experience, but then once they've done their 5 years, they're looking for somewhere else. So that might be another thing to attract people who are going to be paramedics for their career, but want to live in a community that maybe is a little bit more wholesome, let's put it that way, right? So those are a few ideas to think about. We'll move to the next slide.
Okay, I won't take long on this one, but needless to say, the calls are increasing. The ambulance calls are increasing over time. Over the last 5 years, I think it's increased 50%. And this is a projection here, looking 10 years into the future with a range. The gray area is a range. This chart is also in the report as well. The gray range is the minimum or the lower end and upper end, and then the dotted line is the trend line, suggesting where call volumes could go. That's a lot of calls. Things are going to be increasing, and you just need to be aware of that and make plans and try to be as proactive as you can regarding ambulance coverage as possible. Next slide, please.
All right, so we came up with several recommendations. One of the biggest ones, I guess, is creating an interfacility transfer working group. And I want to make sure that's articulated here. So having an interfacility transfer group made up of, say, the nurses, physicians, and the paramedics themselves is probably good for helping for each side to understand the issues a little bit better and have a better appreciation for both sides of the issue. But when I'm talking about an interfacility transfer group, I'm talking about a more senior group that make policy changes and that are going to be able to lobby for money. And one of the things that I want to kind of make sure is clearly articulated in the master report is that of the 13 municipalities in Eastern Ontario, you're the only one that doesn't have diagnostic imaging, which makes you unique. And in that uniqueness, I think there's an opportunity there for council, for the CAO, for the chief himself, and for the hospital CAO to lobby their various funding envelopes to say, we have a unique situation that is hampering our delivery of 911 services, and we need to solve this problem. Long term, to solve getting a CAT scan will do that. But in the short term, how long is that going to take? And right now, as you heard Mike say, 50% of your paramedic time is being swallowed up by doing hospital stuff. And I look at this pretty simplistic. As a municipality, you're funding 50% of your ambulance service. So you're subsidizing the hospital, and the hospital should be funded by the province from the Ministry of Health. So those are things that working collaboratively together to trying to solve the problem short term and then long term is the key there. Deployment plan review. The plan should probably be reviewed once a year. It may not need to be changed all the time, but there are things that change as time goes on, and looking at specific things that you can change. I know that already, I'm sure the chief has already got a batting average of which weekends in the summer or which weekends do we need to have extra vehicles on and that kind of stuff. But those are really good things to make sure you have kind of once a year, you're looking at a good review of that deployment plan. Key performance indicators help to drive that stuff. So when I talk about key performance, right now you guys are measuring what you're supposed to measure, what the province says you should measure, but there are other things that a good paramedic system or a high performance paramedic system would look at. And one of those would be, for example, your CTAS 1 patients, which would be resuscitation. So how many patients are getting CPR? How many patients require AED? Where are they occurring? And the ones that are occurring in the public space, have we got an AED there? Have we got a CPR program? Because what you need to look at when we're talking about sudden cardiac arrest is really a community response. It's not a paramedic service response. The paramedic service is the last kind of part of that response. And a lot of things need to be done prior to the paramedic arrival to make sure the patient will survive. So making sure all our fire vehicles have AEDs and CPR training, making sure our police vehicles are the same, and then looking at how are we doing. So somebody has to, and it falls to the paramedic service usually to kind of do the batting average of that, but then trying to look at how do we make that stronger in the future. And another one would be to look at from the other flip, CTAS 4 and 5 patients. We should not even be doing those calls. So why are we doing them? And if we are doing them, are there community medical groups that can help to manage that kind of stuff? Or do we turn that over to our own community paramedic program to try and keep those people out of that 911 ambulance hospital and keep that kind of stuff down to a minimum? So those are a couple of things when we talk about key performance indicators of what we really mean. Administrative assistant. Right now you have one, and that person is doing an amazing job and doing a lot of work. And one of the things that they do is control all that data, or compile all that data to help the chief and the deputies to figure out what's going on. And so by having somebody that can do that in a continuum when that person's off on vacation, or even to try and expand on these key performance indicators, you need somebody that can help put that data together. We already talked about superintendents, and we would say 2 superintendents would get you through 7 days a week, take some of the workload off of the senior management team so they can focus on the big picture of moving the community paramedic program forward. And we know that we have somebody who is actually managing the frontline paramedics and the paramedic system. And that's what I always say. Supervisors aren't there really to manage the paramedics as much as they are there to manage the system and make sure that it's working, because you have a communication system that run by the province, you have a hospital system that is run by the hospital, and somebody's got to navigate those two things as well as the paramedics themselves. An additional ambulance. Now, that additional ambulance that's there, I can actually say to you, if you could magically wave a wand today and get rid of that interfacility transfer issue, you wouldn't need an additional ambulance. Maybe you will in a few years when the aging population hits, but right now you'd have 33% of your ambulance time back, right? So that's why it's a large issue. When we look at, long term, yeah, you should be looking and moving towards a third and a fourth superintendent. But the other thing you can look at too, and it's in the report, is to try and maybe work with your unionized paramedics and create acting roles. And that helps for creating your own homegrown future and management team, so that you don't lose that intellectual knowledge that everybody has about the community itself and what's happened. You need a new headquarters. You need somewhere where there's a little bit more separation between the management team and the paramedics themselves. And we need a spot in Algonquin Highlands, because right now the temporary spot that you have, as you just said, belongs to somebody else. And yes, they're using it, but it's not really designed as a paramedic station. And we'll move on to the next slide. I think that's me too. And I want to say thank you to everybody for letting us work on this project. It's been a lot of fun. We've got a lot of information, and I can't stress enough that you have a very good paramedic system. It's managed well. The paramedics are delivering what they're supposed to deliver. It's just stressed, and it needs a little bit of help. That's all I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave it at. Thanks.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. The first thing that I've got to agree with is that we do have an excellent paramedic service, and we're really proud of the work that they do here. You've really hit us where it hurts. We're in the budgeting phase, and we can see that there's a lot of money associated with the recommendations that you're making, and yet we need to take those seriously. I would look to council for comments or questions. Councillor Ryle.
Yeah, I think I'm about to show my ignorance here, so bear with me if that happens to come across. I don't know enough about what the legal requirements are for vehicles and how they need to be equipped, but my question is going to be pretty simple. We need, for the most part, most of ours to be fully equipped trauma ambulances. This is a good thing. And let's assume for the sake of argument that we can't solve our CT scan problem. Is it possible to have a modified transfer vehicle that would take people back and forth without being full service ambulance?
That's a good question. And I would actually answer that with two answers. If your patient, and it comes up to council making that decision, and and the chief giving you the data, but what it looks like to me, the majority of your calls would be classed code 3, CTAS 3, which is an urgent call. So the answer would be no. They'd have to go in a licensed ambulance because of the nature of their injury. Even though they're in a hospital, that's the nature of their injury. Now, if it was more, say somebody needs to get back to long-term care after assessment, that kind of stuff, or somebody needs to come in for dialysis that's stable, or somebody's going for cancer treatment, then I would say your answer is yes, because a lot of places are doing that. But when we looked at the numbers, and I'm going to ask Mike and maybe even the chief to back me up on this, I think it's around 300 or less. Or maybe it was even 30 non-urgent transfers. So it was very low.
Yeah, the unique part here about Haliburton, and as Keith had mentioned, the only county in Eastern Ontario that does not have diagnostic imaging, is that most of these interfacility transfers are not the issue I had in Northern Ontario, which was non-urgent transfers, which was we need to bring this person for blood work, or we need to bring this person home. There was a lot of non-urgent transfers affecting my service when I was the chief in Northern Ontario. And this is urgent. This is diagnostics for the person that comes into the emerge complaining of a headache. That being said, the doctors are sending them out urgently for a CAT scan. I would question, and I don't have, there's no data on this, but I wonder how many times these patients actually are in the urgent state. Or is it just the level of urgency that the physician needs to get the results so that he can make the proper diagnosis? So whether that patient actually is in an urgent state versus the urgency of requiring that test are two different things. I wonder what would happen if an alternative level of transportation came in. There are private transfer services throughout the province that do this type of work. There are opportunities if conversations go on with funding one internally or funding one and doing pilot projects, such as I did in Northern Ontario, where you can do a non-urgent or an alternative means of transportation, not using fully licensed ambulances. Of course, you have to do that through with the hospitals work and with the province accepting you to do that. I wonder if some of these patients would be able to go by that means as opposed to by ambulance. You really don't know until it's almost like if you build it, maybe they'll come. I don't know.
I was just going to add to that. Really, you're at the mercy of the hospital because they make that call to CAC. And if it comes through to CAC as urgent, your paramedics can't refuse that call. Having somebody like a superintendent to kind of mitigate maybe who does that call, meaning somebody's going to get off duty or you want to make sure a crew that's been really busy gets a lunch break and that kind of stuff, that can happen, but you can't refuse that call. And I got to make sure that you understand that, and that's clearly, it's something you have to do. It's in the work. But here's what I would say, you yourself, and I would think most of the council would think this way, is the reason you have an ambulance is to answer those 911 calls. It's not really to service the hospital. And a lot of paramedic systems have kind of done that. If you go to the Greater Toronto area, a lot of paramedic systems have put stopgaps into not do that non-urgent work. But your work is urgent because of the fact that it's diagnostic transfers.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Dayu?
Thank you. That was really informative and very helpful. My question relates to the uppermost part of Algonquin Highlands, which is, Dorset upwards, which is covered in service by other jurisdictions, I believe, normally, rather than the Haliburton-centered services. As part of your study, did you take a look at how those areas were being served, and therefore should some sort of service be provided eventually into those areas, or is there a discrepancy between what taxpayers in the lower half of the county are receiving versus the upper end of Algonquin Highlands, just to make sure that the upper end of Algonquin Highlands, I suppose, isn't forgotten in our service thinking and planning as regular taxpayers?
Well, and the same is the case in Highlands East, where there's cross coverage from Bancroft.
Yes, thank you for the question. We did take a look at that. It's in the report, and it was very interesting, actually, because it wasn't only in the north that we found that there was a greater percentage of calls being performed by other services, but it was also in the east, which was sort of I never even thought that would be the case, because you've got a station in Tory Hill that's deployed now 24 hours a day, most recently. The thing is, when you're doing 50% of your work is doing interfacility transfers from here into Kawartha Lakes or into Peterborough, that Tory Hill ambulance is moving. That's the deployment model. The deployment model suggests that you go to the more populated areas where there's more likely going to be a call. So as soon as one ambulance is busy, that Tory Hill ambulance will come to Haliburton or will go to Minden. So that's why, and also Cardiff is right on the edge, right on the eastern edge of your border. And that's being serviced by Bancroft, I believe, by Hastings, right? So that's the key too, right? In Ontario, we have a concept called seamless coverage. So the closest, most appropriate ambulance will service the call, regardless of borders, regardless of money, regardless of anything. Whoever the closest ambulance, when they say most appropriate, it's 99% of the time the closest, will take that call. So even if Tory Hill Station's there, Bancroft is closer to Cardiff, right? So Bancroft will do that call. So that's just the nature of the boundaries that we have, our municipal boundaries and such. But yeah, so the north, we did look at the data, and there's a small percentage of the calls being performed by Muskoka up in the north. I'm just trying to get to the point in the slides because, as you saw, there's lots of data in this presentation, so I don't know them all off by heart. Yeah, here I'm coming to it now. So Algonquin Highlands, yeah, we've got 29% of the calls were serviced by us, but by Muskoka. And so 68% ish or so were serviced by Haliburton. So that's good. You're still doing a lot of the calls. Now, when you look at that area, right, up in the way in north and Dorset and stuff like that, that's probably closer. That's closer to, well, it's definitely closer than East Huntsville, I believe is closer, right, than Minden. To that area. So again, it's sort of like the border on where Cardiff in the east, right? So yeah, so response times also, you actually get a much better response time responding up in the north and in that area than Muskoka does as well. So the suggestion is, and there's maps within the report as well, as you've noted, there's some maps and looking at the potential for another station to be built up in that area, because that is the area that does not have a true station. Putting one in Stanhope or Carnarvon is really blankets your coverage very well if you take a look at those maps. So our suggestion would be if that's determined to be a need from the chief and council, that yeah, one of those two locations should be considered.
I have to, in all fairness, say Stanhope, not Carnarvon, because Carnarvon is part of Minden. Councillor McKechnie has a question. If you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just curious, how many hospitals in rural Ontario, like farther north than the county of Haliburton, of course, are in the same predicament as us in regard to CAT scan machines and equipment?
I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many. I can relay experience, my personal experience. I was the chief for Manitoulin Sudbury District Services Board. Our offices were based out of Espanola. We had 12 ambulance stations across Northern Ontario. It was 45,000 square kilometers. So it was a huge area. There was a hospital in Chapleau. There was no diagnostic imaging in Chapleau. The closest was in Timmins. It was about, I think, an hour and a half, 2 hour drive. Espanola, no CAT scan. Little Current, Mindamoya hospitals as well on Manitoulin Island, there were no CAT scans. Interfacility transfers were a huge issue for me. They were going into Sudbury. We had multiple ambulances a day going into Sudbury. I have to suggest the volume that you are doing was far greater than what I had seen in my time up in Espanola. But it was an issue, so much so that we, as consultants, we sort of rely on our experiences, right? And some of what was written in here in the process on how to try to mitigate the interfacility transfer issue was based on our combined experiences, where you need to get this working group together. You need to consider other areas with working with the hospital to find a solution. We were eventually able to create a pilot program up in Northern Ontario, whereby we trained non-paramedics in non-ambulances. They were our old vehicles. We donated them. That was part of our thing. And it was funded by the Ministry of Health. And we trained the people in the usage of the equipment. We trained the non-paramedics, the attendants, the transfer attendants, in oxygen therapy and all first aid, CPR, all the important things. And we put a system in place whereby the hospital would be able to book that vehicle. That was a great success. I still see the units operating today, and we did that back in 2016, 15, I think it was. And they're still being operated today. They were trying to find a permanent, non-urgent solution in Northern Ontario. I don't think it ever came to fruition, though. I think COVID came and stopped everybody in their tracks and put everything on delay. But they were utilizing that pilot project to try to affect a positive change. I do know, speaking with a physician friend of mine, the ministry is putting money out for more CAT scans, and I hear that there may be an opportunity here in Haliburton, and that's great news. I know Elliott Lake was in a big position, they had a huge issue as well. They had no CAT scan, and they were smack dab in the middle of between Sudbury and the Sioux, 2 hours to Sudbury, and they were coming in twice a day. I know the chief in that area had huge issues. We wanted to try to help them with our pilot project. Anyways, Elliott Lake recently got a CAT scan. I think in the last couple of years, they were successful in getting a CAT scan and raising some money, and they raised some money, and they were able to buy a better CAT scan than they thought, because I guess the province came good with some more funding. So I think there's opportunities out there, and I think you're trying to go in the right direction, take advantage of them now.
I'd just like to add to that,
ahead.
and I'm not trying to, create a bigger monster, because needless to say that this monster is growing heads every time we speak in regard to rural Ontario and our hospitals. But CAT scans, of course, are very important. We need it badly in Haliburton. But when you think of all the other treatments, dialysis machines, chemo, there's so much more. I mean, I think this is something that just shows how, our governments, our provincial governments, federal governments got to realize that we really do need some serious attention to rural Ontario in regard to our hospitals. We've kind of been, not left behind, but we are behind in so many of these treatments. People have to travel so far. It's so stressful on them. It's a bigger picture, a bigger monster, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. So thanks for your time.
Councillor Carter.
So I'm not an expert in this field, but you haven't convinced me about the idea of needing supervisors. And it seems in many areas that people are adding supervisors and administrators at the expense of frontline. And I'm wondering, I think in the plan there's the concept of adding 4 supervisors. It would seem to me that I would rather spend the money on adding more paramedics and having more ambulances on the road as opposed to having more supervisors sitting at a desk.
Well, I can tell you, a road superintendent shouldn't be sitting at a desk. Yes, they might be at a desk when they start their shift, and they might be calling communications to kind of say who's on duty and find out what they have on the transfer board for the day. But I know when I had Fourth Lakes, I had my superintendents actually go to the hospital, make a visit, talk to the nurse, talk to the physician. So there's a relationship being kind of put together there. And the other thing you need to realize is their job is also to be a paramedic. They should be your lead paramedic on the shift. So that means, and then now it is true they're not working in an ambulance or working in a response vehicle, but that means if there's suddenly no ambulance available, they should be jumping the next call. If they're closest to a call, they should be jumping the call, right? And if you're looking at, does my system working well? Are we doing what we say we're doing for our patients? It's one thing to review retrospectively on a chart how well the paramedic performed, but it's another thing to supervise them, or not, maybe supervise isn't the best word, but be there and see how their clinical practice is. And are they meeting the needs of the patient? Those are really good parts of what a superintendent does. The other big thing is just health and safety and making sure your paramedics are looked after. Well, and I'll give you an example. I know I said my son works in Toronto, and he'll tell you right now, he goes through the wall for his superintendent because the person manages and looks after his team, meaning it's getting towards the end of shift change. They're making sure communication know that this crew is going dark. We want to get them off shift so we can have them on shift the next day. Likewise, if they do get a call and they have to run it, when they get to the hospital, that superintendent is calling to say that crew is now out of service. They're on overtime now, but I want them back. I don't want them assigned to something else. And so those are the things that a superintendent does. They manage the system. And they're also a paramedic. They should be your lead paramedic. They should be the one that sets the example for the rest of the platoon.
Go ahead.
Just to add, from my perspective, it becomes a bit of a trickle down. There's a trickle down effect if you have, and a trickle up effect if you have frontline supervision, whereby they can manage the operations, right? And I think Keith had mentioned this. Having the supervisor there, you're going to be guaranteed to have one response vehicle. There will be one response vehicle left in your community, not a transport vehicle. It's not going to be an ambulance, but you will have one paramedic left in your community if every other ambulance is being used elsewhere. So that's one benefit, but the trickle down effect happens here from the top down. by enabling the frontline supervisory duties to be performed by somebody dedicated to frontline supervisory responsibilities, your deployment can be better managed. So those transfers, they can be there to speak with the dispatch center to ensure things are being done appropriately, to speak to the hospitals to make sure that things are being done in a timely fashion, and to try to balance what they can. Not to suggest that your current managers aren't doing that, but the problem is, they also need to be looking up. Your current senior staff, your chiefs and your deputy chiefs, they need to be looking at the big picture. They need to be looking at community needs, at the needs of council, the needs of the CAO. They need to look at where this service needs to go and how this service needs to become more effective and more efficient, if at all possible. When you have a supervisor in place that allows everybody to do their other job more effectively and in a coordinated approach, I think you'll have trickle down benefits just by adding the supervisors. Now, again, this is just us from taking a look from our perspective. If you were to ask me which of these recommendations I would go forward with, the non-urgent or the interfacility transfer is a big issue, but the supervisory staff I'd say is number 2 as far as I'm concerned. That's just my opinion and the data that we've provided.
I think first our CEO has a comment to make, and then Councillor Fury.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I think is that when we ask for a report like this, we ask for expert independent advice, and they've provided that. Chief Waite, I think, will in the next 2 or 3 months will be providing a sort of a response report with a plan. The only thing I would say is I absolutely take your point about adding additional staff, but I think the challenge that our existing management team have is that they're the ones woken up in the middle of the night when someone calls in sick or, and then they need to fill that shift. And that's our existing management staff that do that work. So they're the ones making the calls, trying to find someone to fill that shift. If we add more frontline staff, which in the future we probably will, that's just more staff to manage. That's just more sick calls, more trying to fill shifts, more I can't make it in today kind of. So it becomes, it stretches an already really stretched group even further. So it is having that middle ground where the chief and the deputies are, their job, again, probably a discussion for the response report, but the chief really does need to be looking 5 to 10 years out. That really needs to be the landscape that they're looking at. Tim can't do that when he's taking a call in the middle of the night, and he's, I think for most of last year we were down to 2 deputy chiefs on call. So he's taking those calls in the middle of the night trying to fill shifts when dispatch is down to CMAX 0 and there's no cars left, or I don't think they wait till it's 0. I think they call at 1. They'll call and say, hey, you've only got 1 ambulance left. They get that call. It's really challenging to look at the 5 to 10 year plan when you're so focused on the day to day. And like I say, a conversation for the response report, but it really is a challenge with a group, a very small management group that are stretched very, very thin, and they would be stretched even more thin if we just add frontline staff without additional support at management.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep this all into perspective here. I mean, we have comparing us to, a situation in Toronto where I'm sure they have more than 3 or 4 ambulances, being managed, is we have a small group. We have 3 or 4 ambulances, it seems, that are on duty at any one time, and we're looking at not adding 1 other person in management but 4. So now we're going into 3 chiefs and 4 supervisors, and we still only have 4 ambulances or 3 ambulances sometimes on duty. So that's the proportions that I'm trying to balance. I'm not arguing against everything that's good about all this, but quite frankly, going to the hospital and talking to the nurse and talking to the doctor, A, they don't have time to talk to you, and B, You know, it's not probably going to change an awful lot as to what's happening. If the patient needs to go, the patient needs to go. You know, it's either an emergency or not an emergency. You know, this is a difficult situation. So I think it's trying to figure out, and yes, accepting the phone call in the middle of the night and getting it staffed and all that is important. But I guess I'm having trouble going from 3 managers to 7 managers and then down below that, we have, oh yeah, maybe we should have another ambulance. So
These are discussions that we obviously will have to continue with this going forward, and particularly when we hear what the chief's response to the recommendations are. Councillor Fury.
Well, certainly you've given us a lot to think about, and I'm very anxious to see supervisor's report on this. This report looks almost the same as the one was done in 2013, and we moved forward on some of those recommendations. So I'm sure council is going to be, one of the problems we got here, like it takes 2 years to get an ambulance. And I know in the report, it suggested that health services should be doing more, sending a nurse with the ambulance. We haven't got enough nurses to look after the patients, and we're not alone. So until some of these things get rectified in this big black hole that's called the healthcare system, then we're not going to be able to fix them right away. But anyway, it was a good report, and thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you, gentlemen. You know, you've given us a lot of food for thought, and you know, a lot of this we knew probably was coming. But you know, so we've got some serious decisions to make going forward, and we look forward to the chief's response. Meanwhile, can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillors Shell and Burton. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor Burton. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the Haliburton County Paramedic Master Plan and related presentation, that it be recommended to Haliburton County Council that the Haliburton County Paramedic Plan be received.
All in favor? That's carried. Again, thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, folks.
And with that, we will have a 10-minute break. Welcome back. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes from the previous committee of the whole meeting. So could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of January 11th? Councillors Fury and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Fury, seconded by Councillor Carter. Be it resolved that the minutes from the January 11th, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Council Committee of the Whole be adopted as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no correspondence today, so next is a number of issues under roads, Public Works. Welcome. And the first item is your status report.
Good morning, Warden. Good morning, Committee of the Whole. Yes, we have our standard monthly report. Because we have so many other reports, I'll try and keep this one really brief. We have a number of tenders out, number of tenders coming in. We'll be speaking to a couple more further in later reports. Also would like to thank council for their support from my verbal report at council. We actually acquired the pickup truck that was approved, so we've actually taken delivery of it. It's getting its decals on and radio and lights and stuff right now. So thank you for that. And with that, able to answer any questions you may have about the status report.
Any questions on the status report? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Shell and Burton.
Moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor Burton. Be it resolved that the February 2023 status report on capital projects, operations, and road maintenance be received for information by Haliburton County Committee of the Whole.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the supply of the tandem axle truck with the dump box.
Yes, thank you. So further to a report to council in December, we released the RFP for a tandem plow. That went out December 14th and it closed January 11th. Staff have scored that with our mechanic, et cetera. And of the two RFPs that we received, staff are recommending that we go with the Curry Truck Center option. The costs were very close and this one was just a little bit cheaper and they all scored very equivalently. So this one, we are asking for approval before the approval of the full budget, noting that we do not pay until delivery, which is expected later this year at the earliest.
Questions or comments? Could I have a recommend or a mover and a seconder to approve that? Councillors Dayu and Fury.
Moved by Councillor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Fury. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the February 8th, 2023 staff report, supply of tandem axle truck with dump box, material spreader, plow and wing. That Haliburton County Committee of the Whole recommends to Haliburton County Council that the contract for the supply of a tandem axle truck with dump box, material spreader, plow and wing, contract number CTY PW 2023-1-A, be awarded to Curry Truck Center for the bid amount of $364,802.60 plus applicable taxes. And finally, that staff be directed to present a bylaw to Haliburton County Council authorizing the warden and clerk to execute the agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. So next is a request for tender for the rehab of the Gooderham Bridge.
Yes, thank you, Warden. This one's similar to the tandem plow or the hot mix and surface treatment reports from last month. Staff are just asking for approval to release the tender before budget approval.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve this request? Councillors Royale and Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Ryle, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the February 8th, 2023 staff report, approval to release the request for tender for the rehabilitation of the Gooderham Bridge, and that Haliburton County Council provide approval for staff to proceed with the release of the request for the tender for the rehabilitation of the Gooderham Bridge as outlined in the report.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a license of occupation for wood storage building at the Dorset Timber Mart.
Yes, thank you, Warden. So during a recent review of site plan drawings, staff identified that there was an incursion into our right of way from a building that's been there for a long time at the Dorset Timber Mart. So it's recommended for liability purposes to enter into a license of occupation for that property. We've attached a draft agreement for, it's a standard agreement that the county has been using for a number of years.
Any questions? Councillor Carter.
Sorry, there was, I'm just looking for my note here that there was something in here that says that if we needed the road or whatever, the applicant will have to take action and so on, but there's nothing in there to say the time. In other words, they will take action, but we know that, and I'm not suggesting that there's an issue here. I'm thinking of the future, but we all know situations where we tell people that they have to do something, and then a couple of years later we're still negotiating that. I guess the idea of having something in there that would say they need to take action within some period of time, or we have the right to do it or something like that. I'm not a lawyer, but
Comments?
I will review the agreement. We actually should be in there. I want to just take a closer look because we did have a comment from a counselor last year on one saying that the timing was actually too quick. So I just want to review the document just to make sure that we've got it there. Typically, it's like a 60 or 90 day, but the county would work with people. So it's kind of like we give an aggressive timeline, but we would always work with somebody on them removing that structure.
Yeah,
So Councillor Carter, would you like an amendment to the agreement to outline timing or while leaving a bit of flexibility or?
yeah, I just think that there should be at least something there that gives us the right to not, have to put up with a situation for an indefinite period of time while we're trying to negotiate. We should have something that says we can take action within X number of days, months, whatever it is, and then but we can negotiate that or whatever.
Go ahead, Robert.
Sorry, taking a little time to read. So there's clause 3 and clause 4, which kind of try to cover that where it's satisfactory to us. And that clause 4 talks about that we can cancel the license with 4 weeks written notice.
Yeah, I know that we can cancel the license, but the thing is that if
Can we get them to move the
if we
building?
had them to move the building, we don't, that's where the limit is. I'm just review it. I'm not suggesting the exact wording here or anything. I just want to make sure we're covered.
So the resolution is to make a recommendation to county council. We can add a clause that says as amended or.
Actually, I don't think we need to change the resolution at all. We'll review the bylaw. All the resolution directs us to do is to bring it back to council. So between now and then, we'll review it, make sure that that's covered off, and I think it's a pretty simple change, and you'll see that with the bylaw to it.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you, Councillor Rail.
Yeah, it's probably just a FYI type stuff. I gather the building's been there for quite a while. And secondly, do we have anything in the foreseeable future that would say that we would want this piece of property? I'm not saying we give it to them, I'm really asking, is it something that we have in short to medium term range, or is it something that in the event that we ever did need it, we'd want the ability to take it?
To the word to the councillor, it's the latter, that we want to just protect our right of way. We don't have any imminent plans for widening in that area, but it's just a safe bet to protect the right of way through that area. And that, again, like you mentioned, the building's been there a long time. If it gets to be repaired or replaced, we would ask for it to be moved off our right of way.
Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move this forward to bring the bylaw to county council? Councillor Burton and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Burton, seconded by Councillor Carter, be resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole received the February 2023 staff report, license of occupation agreement for a wood storage building. And the Haliburton County Committee of the Whole recommend the Haliburton County Council enter into a license agreement with R&F Mullen Limited operating as storage at Community Park. It will acknowledge the encroachment of the county road limits and permit the continued use of occupation in some of the county road 8 lots for a wood storage building. And finally, that staff be directed to present the bylaw to Haliburton County Council authorizing the building to the city of clerk to execute the agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, finding for Robert is another license of occupation for Bell to allow access for internet.
Yes, so Bell Canada has identified a location in West Guildford to install some high-speed internet. So this is just a standard occupancy agreement for their underground and overhead infrastructure that they'd be installing. We understand that they hope to install that as soon as weather permits and after council approval.
Questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve this request? Councillors Dayu and Shell.
Moved by Councillor Daly, seconded by Councillor Shaw, be resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole received information in February 2023 staff report, license of occupation agreement, accelerated high-speed internet program. And the Haliburton County Committee of the Whole recommend that Haliburton County Council enter into a license of occupation agreement with Bell Canada that will acknowledge the encroachment and permit the use and occupation of County Road 7 or for the installation of infrastructure. And finally, the staff are directed to present the bylaw of Haliburton County Council authorizing the wording and sealing of the collective agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Council.
Okay, we've already heard a certain amount about EMS and but no formal report from the chief today. Next is finance. Good morning, Mrs. Robinson. First up is the check register.
Yes, our January check register totaled $2,413,083.69. I do want to point out on the check register report, anything noted on the far left with an asterisk of the report is a voided transaction. We did have some issues with one of our EFT files in January, so there's a lot of them noted on that report. So I just wanted to point that out to you. And anything that is voided is not included in the report total.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report? Councilors Carter and Shell.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Shell. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information staff report on the check register for January 2023. And further, that the check register for January 2023 with checks, EFTs, and PAPs totaling $2,413,083.69 be hereby approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your payroll register.
We had two pay periods in January with net direct deposits totaling $506,978.80.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve that? Councilors Fury and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Ferry, seconded by Councillor Carter. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information staff report on the payroll register for January 2023. And further, that it be recommended to Haliburton County Council that the payroll register for January 2023 with net direct deposits totaling $506,978.80 be hereby approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally is the financial indicator review.
The financial indicator report is provided annually by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to each municipality for information purposes based on their FIR data. Similar to previous years, MMH has shown one area of moderate level of risk on our report, our asset consumption ratio. This indicates how much of our assets life expectancy has been consumed. To receive a low risk rating, we must have less than a 50% ratio. This was an item that I presented to you during your orientation in November. At that time, I did estimate it to be 65.9%. So I am now able to confirm that for you. I think it is important to note that these indicators should not be looked at in isolation and that it is just one measurement tool that doesn't include the condition of our assets.
Questions? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the indicator review? Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Carter.
Moved by Councillor McKechnie, seconded by Councillor Carter. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the February 8th, 2023 staff report on the 2021 financial indicator review.
All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Next is Mr. March with his IT status report. Morning.
Good morning. This is just my standard monthly IT status report with some statistics on the number of help desk tickets that we took care of in the past month, as well as some project status and some other key stats. Nothing at this point that I feel necessary to bring to committee's attention, but more than happy to ask or to answer any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none, can I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the IT status report? Councillors Dayu and Shell.
Moved by Councillor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shell. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives for information the February 8th, 2023 IT status report.
All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Nothing under planning and environment or personnel. So next up is tourism and the draft economic development and tourism work plan.
Thank you, Warren, and good morning, members of the committee. Similar to last year, just presenting a report, just outlining kind of a departmental work plan for the economic development and tourism department. Just a quick note, we did note it in the report, but we will present this to the townships, but we won't go through this in great detail like we did last year. It'll be hopefully more opening the door to a conversation about where Tracy and myself and our staff can be of assistance to the townships on any projects or initiatives that they've been exploring or might have underway, and we can help move those forward. Happy to field any questions.
Looks like a lot of good things happening in the year to come. I have one comment or question.
Yep.
I wonder if you've had any discussions with anyone from OMAFRA about the tiny township summits that have been held in the past and where they are with that and whether that's something that we might consider.
I have not, but I know Tracy and I actually have a call set up with OMAFRA later this week to talk about the RED program. So we can just put that in our notes and figure out who we need to chat with about that.
We had, several years or just before the pandemic, planned to have a tiny town summit in the county. I believe it was going to be in Dysart at all. But having attended a number of them, they are, they're really excellent sessions, related to economic development, and it's something that we can look into and is supported by OMAFRA very strongly, or at least was in the past. So
okay. Happy to look into that.
Any other questions or comments about the report? Councillor Dayu.
Thanks very much. I have a question about the My Haliburton Highlands website and how you populate that with content. As you know, I represent the northernmost part of the county. We're in a really interesting little geographical area in which we're squished into almost a pyramid head with other townships and counties on all sides of us. And the ramification of that is that when it comes to promoting tourism and business establishments in the north, a lot of our business partners are in fact located in Lake of Bays, even Algonquin Park. So you might have one sector of tourism business, which is in Haliburton County itself, and all of the supportive types of businesses are located in Lake of Bays. And so I guess my question in reviewing how you operate the website and how you promote Haliburton and Haliburton businesses would be, is there any scope for, two things really, for looking at geographically clustered businesses, cross-sectoral tourism businesses per area, rather than all restaurants and then in a separate section all hiking opportunities or whatever it might be. And further to that, what would the scope be for including, and I am thinking specifically of the north, including some of our really important community tourism business associates and partners who are just one hair outside of Haliburton County, but still very much add to the experience of someone who's staying and playing in Haliburton.
So through you, Warden, the first part of your question, and it's Tracy and the team are kind of slowly transitioning to kind of a more content product-based marketing approach. So less just saying we're going to promote a group of restaurants and actually trying to work with our operators. And it was something we worked on last year at the Tourism Summit, was trying to have them come together and we facilitate those discussions and figuring out ways that we could promote a group of businesses that basically are supporting each other. So whether that's a hotel, a restaurant, and an experience provider. So we're definitely exploring that. And that's something I think you're going to see in a little bit more detail. Both her and Tom are just kind of fleshing out for the first time, basically like a content calendar for the entire year that we're hoping to share with our stakeholders, because we have heard in the past that there was, they wanted to see what that looked like. So we're moving in that direction, and happy to have, I know Tracy spent a day, or two at least up at the north end of the county last year, because we did hear that there were businesses that felt they weren't represented, I guess would be the best way to put it. So we will continue to do that and make it a priority to speak as many businesses as possible. And so I'm hoping that kind of answers your first question. That will try and, or first part of the question is yes, it's easy from a navigation standpoint to kind of group businesses by the services they provide, but we're trying to, again, provide an overall experience throughout the county and drive people around. To your second point, or second question, we're happy to explore that. I believe in the past, the county didn't really explore or look at marketing, perhaps say an experience that involved a business in Lake of Bays as an example. We're happy to explore that. And if we receive that direction from council that they're comfortable with us allocating resources to something like that, I know both Tracy and myself are a big believer in that. And then a higher tide does float all boats. And if there's some direction given that maybe we open some conversations, we've had preliminary conversations with the new EDO and Lake of Bays. And in my experience in Huntsville in the past, that'd be a simple phone call as well as some of our colleagues in other parts of the county. OTO does I think a great job, and why the RTOs exist is to kind of provide that broader sense of tourism marketing that doesn't really get hung up in the geographical borders of the municipality. But we're open to that, and if that's what those businesses feel will help them, we're happy to explore that and support that if we're given the direction.
It's challenging when you have to go through Lake of Bays to get to, the rest of Algonquin Highlands, or conversely, when you've got to go through part of Hastings County to get back into Haliburton County, at the other end of the county. So I look forward to hearing the work that you do in that regard.
So just so your word, maybe a follow-up, is there a desire maybe to see something come back to, I might look to our CAO. Do we need formal direction if we're going to start engaging some of those partners beyond our borders? Or is it just something that you will leave to us and we'll do our best to work with them?
I don't know that I would look to council for that direction. I think that, the simple approach that we've taken in the past is, we sort of serve Haliburton County taxpayers, and that's who we've promoted and who we've marketed. This would be a step outside that. We're happy to make those calls if that's council's direction, but I really would look to committee for direction.
Thoughts from other members of council? Councillor Shell?
I think the CIO's comment just now about, this is Haliburton County tax dollars, and we should be putting maybe more of our energy into the local businesses who are also those taxpayers would make more sense to me. But
well, and it sounds like there are other avenues to address it. So I'm not hearing that you're getting specific direction about this right now, but continue on with your good work.
Okay, and I can chat with Tracy as well, and if an opportunity does come up through OTO, and I think even Lake of Bays falls into a different RTO border. I don't know how they drew some of these. So if there's anything we're looking at, obviously we would bring that back to committee or council for further direction and approvals. The approach will take.
And we look forward to the work that you're going to be, doing with the municipalities. It'd be interesting to hear what you hear from the municipalities when you visit and speak with them, to see what sort of levels of support or challenges they're having that you might be able to help them with. So that's possibly something you can bring up again, Councillor Dayu. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the Economic Development Tourism Work Plan? Councillor Shell, and seconded by Councillor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole received the February 8th, 2023 report on the 2023 draft Economic Development and Tourism Department Work Plan as information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is an interesting item of the suggestion of an RFP for a transit system, or looking at transit services. I welcome Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Arna. I'll spare Director Stone's voice until he does his budget presentation. He has as much strength as possible. So we did note, I think during budget deliberations and council orientation, and I think the CIO even brought it up in his report that transit was something we were going to be following up on council with in the new year. So it, as noted in the report, this is something that's been identified in a lot of plans. A lot has changed since the original plan was presented, even in 2019, just COVID impacting a lot of things. We've seen obviously an increase of population that's been noted multiple times. We've been approached a couple times, I believe, over the last year from transit providers, just trying to get a feel for what we were looking for. And obviously we have to be open and transparent about anything we're doing related to a topic like this. So what we've presented today would be a recommendation to develop an RFP that would go out and basically get some firm costing and recommendations on service delivery models about how transit could be provided to the County of Haliburton. It is important to note that just by going out for the RFP, we're not committing to anything. It would just simply be firming up some of the numbers that were presented in the transit implementation plan, as well as probably giving a better picture of what the service delivery model would actually look like. So council could look at something concrete and evaluate what that looked like, and if that met their desires, if they were to choose to proceed with transit within the county.
Comments or questions? Councillor Fear, then Councillor Ryle.
Well, I'd like to say that Mark Stagg, who was a planner here 30 years ago, said it right. He said Haliburton County is a large community with a whole lot of small communities inside it. And therein lies the problem. I looked at the proposal there, and for $7 we're going to spend $45. That's a 600 and some % subsidy. And the issue here is that it's been tried twice by private enterprise, even for $5 to ride from Haliburton to Minden, and that didn't work. The problem is we don't have a community that's 5,000 or 10,000 people where you can truck one to the other. And this proposal leaves about 70% of the county not included in the transit. And I think it's something that everybody desires. I know that, but it's not practical in Haliburton County the way we're located. We got people on the lakes who are going to get no benefit from this, and they're a big part of the tax base, 70%. I just think it's something that goes on Algonquin Highlands parking lot for the time being, because I just don't think it's practical. And I know it's hard to say that, but it's just reality. It's distance, and it's sparse populated, little hamlets. Are you going to come from Cardiff? You know how long it takes to drive to Cardiff and back? Are you going to service those people, or are you just going to service the people in Haliburton and Minden? I'd need to see a lot more information on it to realize that it was a tall fare to the taxpayer. Anyway, said my piece.
Councillor Rao.
Yeah, I kind of sort of have a couple of challenges with this one too, because I was part of the task force 6 years ago, and that was a 2-year investigation. And everything that we've talked about in terms of distances and so on and so forth were all brought up at that time. I can't see a whole lot changed in that period. One of the things that did get brought up was a micro system that would include basically the 2 major villages. That got talked about. The long and the short of it, it just didn't service the entire county. There was some discussion over whether we could work with some kind of an Uber type program and subsidies through those kind of things. There was also areas where we talked about call in and you can get picked up and go where you need to go. There was a lot of those discussions that took place. And that report was submitted I realized that the times have changed, and I'm not going to argue with that. But I'm also concerned about the fact that a lot of that stuff is still relevant too. And so I'm not exactly comfortable either with going out and getting a quote for something. If the quote is free and there's no charge and we're going to get information, go for it. But as soon as we start getting into something where it's going to cost us money, I would really like to see something resurrected from that 6-year-old program that gives us an idea of what the results were there, because a lot of the people sitting on this council weren't part of that. So they need to know where was it the last time we looked at it, so that we can start from there and determine, does it still make sense? Does it not make sense? Should we go a different direction? What do we need to do? I do not want to start from zero, but I think we should pick up on where all that 2-year program went and go from there. So am I against the transport program? No, I'm not. I'm against ignoring what we did 6 years ago over a 2-year period.
Other comments? Councillor Carter.
This would be wonderful to have. Right now, one of the things from this report, there was really no mention of HHS. Right now, HHS runs the largest transportation service in the county, and obviously have lots of experience with it. As a matter of fact, I drove somebody yesterday to an appointment, so I have a pretty decent idea of how long things take, and what's involved in getting and picking somebody up on Loop Road and bringing them to Haliburton and so on and so forth. So when I looked at these numbers and tried to reconcile it to what my experiences were, these numbers seem pretty optimistic. I know it's a large subsidy, but then the numbers seem optimistic. The ability to be able to do as many as they would think, particularly with our distances and weather conditions, and the very fact that people are people. They don't run like clocks and run everything on time. So I think this would be difficult. The part that really scares me, though, is that if we were to give somebody a contract, and we know that there's been failures in the past, this isn't just expanding a service. What happens if after 1.5 years they go, I can't make this work, I'm walking away from it? Like, what does that do? Or they come back to the county and say, I need more money. Like, once we're into it, we sort of have to be into it. Like, we can't just be half committing. And so I get the feeling that I don't really know what I would be committing to in terms of dollars with this, if there are still so many unknowns. I don't want to throw it away. I don't want to throw it out, but I think we have to park it and I don't know, do more work, figure it out, but it's pretty hard to change geography.
But I think what's being intended here is to do more work and try and figure it out. But on the other hand, if we're talking about a system that's going to serve the villages of Minden and Haliburton, I think Algonquin and Highlands East might have a challenge contributing to that. No matter how much we all want it and recognize its need across the county, it just seems like it's an almost insurmountable project. But I would like to hear from other members of council. Councillor Burton, you got something on your mind?
I was just, I guess, I felt with this that we were pretty much left out. And, I realized that we were a little different because we do have Bancroft Transit. I think that do service some of my area, but I felt that, like I said, that we were kind of somewhat left out of this one.
Councillor Rao.
Yeah, the challenges that Councillor Carter came up with HHS and the potential funding and the loss of potential funding, and that was all discussed 6 years ago. When we talk about Bancroft, it was a whole combination of working something out with Bancroft to see if they would extend coming further and then going back and forth. All that discussion took place 6 years ago. So my question is just simply the same as it was. Where's all that information so we can bring it forward, have a look at it, and determine whether or not it makes any sense? I don't think anything's changed in that period of time. I mean, the population has grown slightly. I mean, there's a few things that might have changed, but it doesn't change the whole HHS scenario, which still exists, and it doesn't change the challenge that we had or could work with Bancroft. So I'd like And my memory at my age kind of sort of bad anyway. So I wouldn't mind seeing a copy of that report. And then bring that to council, and then we can make a decision on do we go forward or not, based on what we already did. I don't like the fact that we're going down a road that we may have already been down.
Councillor Dayu.
The piece that I haven't heard much of in the last 6 years, in fact, and unless I'm mistaken, I don't see it in the report here either, but which for me is a key piece, is understanding the level of demand. I do hear, I've heard from every sector, we need more transportation, we need public transportation. I've heard it from county staff, I've heard it from business owners, and I don't disagree or question that transportation would be good, but do we have a real understanding of who are the people who would say yes to this service, who would actually avail themselves of the service, on what terms, where they're located? Because there are certain things that, for those of us who've not been part of the conversation, feel a bit more assumption based, such as I'm reading from the final report here. According to the 2016 census, 33% of Haliburton's residents are aged 65 and over, and therefore transportation would help them to age in place. I totally get that as a theory, but are our seniors looking for this service? Have they stepped forward and said, yes, I will avail myself of this service, but only if it looks like this, and absolutely not if it looks like that, for example? Those are the sorts of pieces of information that would make me feel more comfortable dedicating funding to something beyond more of a crystal ball approach.
Councillor Shell, then Councillor Fury.
So just before we lose track of what is in front of us, this is just a question about whether or not we put out the RFP, which costs us nothing. And not that I think we should fish with RFPs to get quotes on things, but this is something that's been in the works for a long time. And I think until we do the RFP, which costs nothing other than staff time, don't get me wrong, we won't have any of those answers that people are asking around the table right now. I don't see the harm in putting out the RFP, see what comes back. There may be something that we never thought of, or I don't see the problem with putting out the RFP, that just because it doesn't really cost us anything other than other than staff time at this point.
Well, if you put out an RFP, you're looking for a consultant, and a consultant's going to cost money. There's no question about it.
But that's if the RFP is accepted, is what I'm saying, right? Like, we don't have to accept an RFP either.
That's true. That's true. And the money is in the budget to do this.
Yes. And if it comes back and it looks like that the RFP is way beyond the scope of what we thought it would cost, or we look at it and go, yeah, that's actually not going to work for us anyway, then we could say no.
And just to Councillor Rail's point, the final report is attached to this document. Councillor Fury, and then Mr. Rutter.
Well, I heard that 33% were seniors, but how many are seniors living on the lakes that would never use this service? We don't know those numbers. We have a Dymo bus in Haliburton, and health services have a bus. The gardens have a bus. Those are the people we need to talk to. What's the participation rate? Where do they take them? Because that's people that can schedule. They have the time to schedule. We're talking about bringing people for shopping. Good Lord, everybody shops at a different time. Like, this is, just think about it. This is a tremendous responsibility to pick people up in Wilberforce and bring them over to Minden or Haliburton to shop. Look, this is going to be a snowball that you won't get stopped rolling down the hill for cost. I can tell you that. But anyway, whatever we decide, we decide.
The people in Wilberforce are not likely to come to Haliburton or Minden to shop. I mean, well, that's good to know, as opposed to going to Bancroft. Mr. Rutter.
Just a couple things to clarify. First of all, there is no money in the budget for this work. There's some money in reserves, but there's no money in the budget for this. There's no money actually in the draft budget. And actually one of the sort of the thoughts for consideration is to remove the transfer to reserve because we really didn't see a program happening in 2023. So, so that's the one thing. The second thing is we do have 2 pilot projects that council funded last year. And one of them was with Point in Time. And actually, I just received an email yesterday on the kind of statistics that they wanted us, the ridership statistics that they wanted us to, or that we were hoping that they would track for us. And so they're just starting that now. So, but we have asked them for ridership statistics. We've also reached out to Search, which was more of a bringing people to training opportunities kind of service, but we've asked them for some ridership data as well. So I think even if we don't move forward, we can gather data through this year to talk about, to try and demonstrate need, because you're right, it's been a challenge for us to figure out who would use the service if it were there. We've heard a lot with, every study that we do. We've heard a lot that transit is an issue, but we really don't have any clear idea of what the demand would be. So because those programs are in their infancy, it may be an opportunity to sit back and just gather data on that. And then we can, I think the idea that we had was that we would provide the study that that was done in previous years to anyone who wanted it as one option. But then what we've also heard from others is that there are other options out there now. There's, on-demand services that, we've met with a company that does an on-demand service. So there are other options that may be available. So we wanted to provide the background that was done 6 years ago as an option, but also, if someone else had a different option, they could do it. That's why it was done as an RFP as opposed to a tender. So, but if it's, as I say, there's no budget allocation for it. So we can gather data through this year. We can have more conversations and provide council, maybe even some we can arrange to have a presentation done so that council can get an idea of what programs look like in other communities that others are doing, whether it be Uber in Innisfil or you can, again, just for information to provide some comfort to do an RFP in the future if you choose to do that. So if like those are options we can do, we can continue to gather ridership data and demand data. We can continue to provide seek out and provide information to council on alternatives that are out there. I do want to provide assurance we've not lost track of that initial report that was done 6 years ago. It sort of formed the basis of all of our conversations with VIA and others to say, hey, this is what we had done. Does this make sense? So they're all aware of that. That's sort of the starting point for every conversation that we have with a provider. So, but maybe just hearing the conversation, maybe that's a better approach, just to monitor ridership data, monitor what other alternatives are happening, maybe provide some additional information, more detail to council on those other alternatives. And then at some point in the future, you can go to an RFP. So if you so choose.
Well, and there is nothing that's precluding us from, just because we say that we want to put a hold on it now, if that's what's decided, it does not mean that we can't later on in this year, because there is no money attached to it. There is money in reserve. We can move forward later on in the year if we so desire. So I'm going to go to Councillor Carter, then Councillor Dayu.
I have no doubt that there is demand. Through HHS, I get 2 to 3 requests per day to drive. So there is a demand. The question, I think, becomes, putting on the money hat again, is, how much should the county be subsidizing this type of transit for a limited number of people that may not cover the whole geographic area. So, that to me is really the hard thing to try to reconcile. There's no doubt there's a demand, but how much do we pay for it, and how much does somebody in an area of the county that is not going to get coverage from this, how much should they be kicking in?
Well, and what subsidies are available, through, say, for instance, social services to low-income families, there's likely some funding there. And I'm not sure that if, someone who is, in a higher income level, who's living on a lake and just doesn't have transportation, like, are we going to subsidize that person's transportation, or whether that's, those are all the kinds of discussions that we need to have. Councillor Dayu.
Yeah, very much in keeping with both of those points. Fully appreciating that we will have some ridership data coming. I think that's great. I'm not sure the ridership data is going to cover those sorts of questions. So I do put it to the table. Is there scope for some kind of, dare I say it, a survey or a study of demand, even if it's on something like Bang the Table, some kind of community interaction platform that wouldn't cost an arm and a leg. I don't know, but I put it out there. I don't believe, I don't assume that with the mechanisms we have in place, we will be able to collect information on demand in a passive sense, just by pulling from the various data points that we already have. I think this might require something slightly more tailored so that we can get down to those crunchy details and understand where a project like this might go and where subsidies might go. Certainly when I think about if I were a business owner contemplating providing a response to an RFP, I would want to know, well, who are these people? Where are they? And how much are they going to pay me? What's my volume going to be for this model or the other? And I just don't think that we've got that information yet. And I would encourage us to consider a system of actively gathering it.
Councillor Royal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Warden. The information is there of what we did roughly 6 years ago. And I don't have a problem, like I said, with moving forward with it. But the issues that took place then, which are now in this report, aren't any different today than they were back then. It's the same stuff. It's just been moved forward 6 years or whatever the time period is. And if we had problems with subsidy then, the subsidy is going to be higher now. So rather than go out and get an RFQ or request for something who's going to go and tell us basically the same thing all over again, except with more current information, why don't we look at what's here and determine, are we prepared to subsidize anything like this that's going to be there? Because it'll be a variation of this in some way, shape, or form. It's not going to be a completely new issue. They're going to come up with something roughly similar. And given the atmosphere that we're currently in 2023, is this a priority? And that becomes the issue by itself. Do I think it would be nice to have one? Absolutely. But is this the right time with the amount of money we have available? And that's the second question. And I think there's a lot of information right here that would give us insight as to whether or not that decision could be made without having to add more information that would confuse it and take longer.
I am hearing reluctance. I think this is something that we, go ahead, Mr. Ravel.
I just maybe a point of clarification, and this is just, I think, to what we chatted about in the new year was just one of those projects that has hung over from the previous council. So it's just really, we're looking for direction if council doesn't want to move forward. As much as it's probably going to be my active strategy, I'm not going to lose sleep over and maybe not having to write an RFP, but I think just to clarify for Council Rial, if we were to go for tender, the tender wouldn't be around gathering more information around data. It would actually be requesting a company comes back and provides a firm service model. And here's what the operational schedule looks like. And here's how much it would cost the county if we did A, B, C, D. So that's really the intent of the tender. I do recognize Councillor Schell's point. I just to put that point of clarification on, it would actually be to get firm numbers on kind of the research that's been done in the past. We would include the public transit implementation plan as an appendix if council wanted to go the direction of the RFP. So it would really be saying, we can use VIA just because they've had conversations with us. They would be responding saying, we would be willing to provide an on-demand service in the county of Haliburton at this rate. And here's kind of the budget allocations we'd be maybe needing. And I just wanted to make sure that council is aware that wouldn't really be requesting to go out and gather more information and be utilizing the work that's been done. That would be the basis to get a firm service operational model with a budget attached to it. For a point of clarification there.
Does that change anybody's mind? I'm sorry, Councillor McKechnie.
I mean, I'm sitting here listening to all this discussion about this. Of course, I wasn't around or involved 6 years ago, but Councillor Royale has said 2 or 3 times that there's a report out here. Why don't we have somebody take a hard look at in the report and bring us back a report on why it hasn't progressed and why it's at where it's at right now. And to me, I bet you it's going to say that 6 years ago, the report said that it doesn't work. And Councillor Carter and Ferry have both said that we're looking at a lot of money here and we have other priorities. So I don't want to spend any more money on any more reports. Whatever we have, I would like to see our staff dissect that report and then give us a report back. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So if we were to defer this for now, do we need a resolution?
So here's what I've written, and you can tell me if what I'm
you're on
reluctant
track.
to do is bring back information to council and have council say, what are you doing as staff? We said no. So I don't want to do that, but here's what I've
Let's hear
drafted.
if you're on the right road.
Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole received for information the February 8th, 2023 report on the transit service RFP, and that staff be directed to continue to bring back additional information to council as it becomes available.
Can we work with that? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Fury and Carter. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Good work on the report. It's nice to see cooperative efforts. And I'm sure that we'll talk about this again. And with that, we will break for lunch. Can we manage lunch in a half an hour? Because we still got quite a bit on our plate today. Okay.
Pizza when I'm there, eh? I like Chinese.
Welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda is intermunicipal collaboration. Is there any comment about that? Councillor Carter.
It has been noted that across the 4 municipalities in the county, we spend an inordinate amount of money on advertising for various things. I imagine mostly for statutory notices for planning and so on. And so I was wondering, is there some room there where we may be able to save some money or optimize the process?
So I wonder if we could take that back to our CAOs to have a discussion about that and see if there's something that they can recommend, bring back to us. Would that work for you?
That sounds great.
You have a resolution to that? Could you draft something? We have a mover and a seconder that we could do that. Councillor Shell and Fury.
Moved by Councillor Shell, second by Councillor Fury. be it resolved that the CAO be directed to discuss possible collaborations with the local CAOs related to advertising in an effort to reduce costs and enhance service levels. That work?
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for that recommendation. So next we're going into closed. So could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed to talk about information technology systems? Councilors Burton and Perry.
Moved by Councillor Burton, seconded by Councillor Ferry. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole enter into closed session for the following reasons: the security of the property of the municipality or local board.
All in favor? That's carried.
Hey Liz, can you hear me?
On the agenda are draft budget presentations. So first up, after a long wait, is the planning librarian. That's right. Planning. Actually, there's 3 different presentations here. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with planning.
Just the one thing I would say is that we're living in a fast moving world. So these presentations become stale in a hurry. So there are some items in here that we may have received direction on already that but we're included in this because it's a few weeks old now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To rest council. Hopefully my voice is a little better this day. I am grateful for the opportunity to present the planning budget to county council. So next slide, please. When you look at our program areas for 2022, I've summarized them in a way that kind of flows through the budget itself. So we have bylaw enforcement, which is primarily the shoreline tree preservation bylaw compliance oversight. We also have forestry, which looks at tree harvesting permits in weed control. You know about climate change. It's involves the policy development to reduce greenhouse gases and adapt for more extreme and variable weather events. Earlier today, you heard from Scott, and so over the last number of years, community transportation has been in the planning portfolio. And again, it's really to assist county council in their development of future policy towards that initiative. We have the land division office, and they're responsible primarily for processing consent applications, presenting planning reports to the planning committee. We have the planning office, which deals with the other plan review functions that have been delegated by the province to the county, and that includes plans of subdivision, condominiums, official plan amendments, as well as approval of the actual official plans itself. And we have a number of special projects which you've heard of. The main one being over the last number of years being the shoreline preservation. But we're also engaged now in things like short-term rental study, as well as the development charges study and the housing portfolio. And finally, one of the sort of longer term projects that planning has been involved in is that of the floodplain mapping project. That one, as you can see, was initiated back in 2017, and with any luck, it will be wrapped up next year. Next slide, please. So when you look at our budget performance for 2022, bylaw enforcement is expected to be under budget. And the reason for that is we just haven't been able to, council still realizing the potential of what they want to do there. So even though there's been budget allocations previous to that, we just haven't initiated the implementation of the new bylaw. Forestry, again, is expected to be on budget. This time of year, just for county's benefit, this time of year is probably the high point of permit activity for tree harvesting. And so the forester is busy at that. Climate change is, again, under budget, and it's due primarily to fewer projects being approved to adapt to climate change. You heard about, again, community transportation. It's under budget. Mainly because we only had one small pilot project approved for implementation by council. Land Division Committee is again under budget this year, and it remains that we've been quite busy. So we've experienced higher application volumes and therefore higher revenues. The other thing that we did too that saved a fair bit of money this year is we went to on-site posting of our notices, and that helped with reducing our advertising costs significantly. So the planning office is slightly under budget, again, due to programming, but we didn't have a full complement of staff to start last year. So some of the special projects that we were working on, so the short-term rental study itself was on budget, and it did conclude at the end of last year. And the development charges study, as you know, was initiated. Some funds were allocated to the consultant to start the work, but it became aware that they had to do some additional work, and so the study's been on hold. And that was to undertake the growth projections. And finally, the floodplain mapping project is on budget due to the return of normalized activities last year. Primarily with the modeling and surveying activities. Over COVID, you may know this, that one of the conservation authorities actually ceased activities during that time. And so that involved all our survey work. And that we got back at that last summer. So it's doing well. Next slide, please. In terms of capital projects for 2022, we primarily have two areas that we have been focusing on. We have the floodplain mapping project. And as I said, that's been a multi-year project. And there's ongoing monies that council does allocate to sustain that project. We've also, county has actually been quite fortunate over the last number of years to receive additional funding from the province and the federal government. And again, you will see as I talk about our budget, we were able to secure more funding for next year's activities. So you'll hear about the National Disaster Mitigation Program, Intake 4 and Intake 6. So that allowed county council to hire consultants to gain some very valuable data. Intake 4 was LIDAR, which is in essence radio imagery of terrain. And then Intake 6 was a really unique project for sonar capturing of all the in water stretches of the rivers that we're studying. So that was kind of cool. In terms of climate change, there's $70,000 that was allocated for the floodplain study, but that wasn't used in 2022. And we also used $22,000 to fund a community consultant to help us with a community engagement survey. And that's been undertaken, completed, and the climate change coordinator actually will be presenting the results sometime, I think, towards this month or March on that one. Next slide, please. In terms of 2023 budget sustainability for the planning department, again, the primarily big project that we have underway is the floodplain mapping project. There was previous councils were very diligent. They set a lot of money aside to undertake that program. And we've basically, with the addition of the federal and provincial funding, reached sustainability in that project. You'll see that there's a sizable amount that remains to conclude the project. And with our current level of funding, we are actually mandated by the province now to actually conclude that project in April of next year. So again, that's an exciting target to reach. And based on that, the pressures that the planning board, we continue to be sustainable. And again, with some of the funding opportunities, we've certainly helped out with that picture this year. I might have got ahead of myself. Next slide, please. In terms of funding opportunities, the biggest one that came to light, and I know when I prepared this slide, I was kind of not able to say excitedly that we secured the funding, but that we have received correspondence in January from the province saying that, yes, we're one of the partners in doing a flood risk analysis. And in terms of the total cost of the project for this year and part of next year, it's anticipated to be about $400,000, with about 200 of that being funded by ultimately from the province. So that's exciting. We're also sort of being, if you want to say, ongoing audit opportunities with the province on the existing program. And it looks like there'll be some additional monies that we can receive from the province for intake 6. We haven't finalized those invoices relationships with the province, so there should be additional funding coming out of the older programs. In terms of funding for climate change, and as you know, one of the projects that council just recently authorized that takes advantage of some additional federal funding to help with climate adaptation within the community. So again, thank you for council for that direction. Next slide, please. In terms of budget pressures, I would say the top one moving forward is the shoreline bylaw. And that's just because it's certainly been a long discussion and the program has been evolving over the last number of years, beginning with Charles Lee, my predecessor, and then with me coming online. And it's safe to say that initially, when we thought of the big program, it was going to involve a lot of staff. And with discussions through council, we've been able to sort of reassess the requirements there. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say that we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I will have another report to present to council on the 22nd with sort of another model to do that. But it is safe to say initially that was a very large number and a significant pressure because it would be a new program being rolled out. And we really weren't sure how much uptake there would be on the permit system and how active we would be. So again, I would say that that's why you see the numbers that you have in terms of budget pressure. But I do know that that has been evolving with council's discussions most recently. And I did mention just through the funding opportunities, the climate change adaptation plan. So initially, when this presentation was prepared, there was the climate change coordinator was asking for $120,000. And again, through some fruitful discussions with council, we were able to pare that back to a more reasonable number, and you authorized that program going forward last month. So again, thank you very much for that direction. Next slide, please. This one here, when you look at another budget pressures, really, the status of our official plan, and the community itself has been, as you know, growing at great speed. And that was a pressure that was identified late last year, that our growth projections, which really have a life to 2036, actually would be exceeded probably next year if our rate of growth continues. So again, through the help of the DC study consultant, a proposal was presented to council to update those growth projections. And again, through direction from council, you saw fit to approve that next phase of the study. So thank you again very much. One of the things that we've been very fortunate from a budget pressure standpoint is my aversion to going to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. I've been very fortunate throughout my career to find a way to negotiate good solutions to planning problems. And that's no different for my time here. So we've enjoyed almost 2 years now of having no appeals of any of our committee's decisions or council's decisions. So that's a good thing. Now, I will say that 2023 may not be, we may not be so fortunate, but that's something to say that your budget pressures when you get into hearings, I often say it's anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 a day if you're dealing with a very complex hearing with lots of experts involved and so on and so forth. So that's why I spend my utmost energy to try to avoid these types of hearings. Finally, one of the, again, budget pressure going forward for the planning department, because it is a fairly large allocation of monies, is the floodplain project. And as I mentioned, it is to conclude next year. We have a full slate of activities planned for this year, and some of that will include public information sessions on the model that we're preparing, as well as the maps. And again, that our costs for delivering that part of the program this year is offset by the provincial and federal funding. And as you know, in the last line, there's monies being allocated from reserve to sort of help continue on that program. And like I said, it will come to a conclusion next April. Next slide, please. So again, for 2023, the major capital projects, and I mentioned this earlier in the presentation, is the floodplain mapping project. It's the food cycler program as approved by council last meeting. And you'll see the last two items, certainly the very last one on the transit, rural transit opportunities. I mean, council spoke very clearly today, so that's not, we don't have any projects planned for rural transit investigations this year unless approved by council. So when you were to go, next slide, please. Going through a line by line approach to the planning budget, certainly on page 18, and I think the CEO may want to speak to this a little bit himself, but there's an increase because we were initially looking at purchasing a vehicle for the bylaw compliance officers. And that's why you see that line increasing by 55,000. And if you look at the next line on page 18, so increases in terms of the budget and wages of 36,772. And again, that was to facilitate the hiring of 2 bylaw compliance officers based on the model that we were proceeding with late last year in terms of the shoreline bylaw program. Now that again, I have a new report to present to council in a couple of weeks, and so again that will have some impact in terms of the shoreline budget moving forward for 2023.
If I might just kind of clarify, so what we have done, and Andrea will talk about this in her budget, we've for all intents and purposes removed all costs associated with shoreline from the draft budget. That or we're saying that's an option council can direct us to. We've proposed to remove all of those out. When Steve comes back in 2 weeks with a report, it will identify what a program would look like if we're serving only 3 municipalities, and then how those costs could be allocated to the local municipalities, and then sort of what that program would look like. So, but for all intents and purposes, all costs associated with shoreline, the shoreline bylaw have been removed from the budget at this time. We're proposing that.
Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. The next thing I wanted to point out would be on page 102 of the budget, and it really was an increase to help council fund the food cycler program. And as you know, that matter was discussed in depth last council meeting, and adjustments will be made to reflect council's direction on that. In terms of other changes, so you'll see on 108 in terms of the Land Division Committee, one of the things that I thought appropriate was to consolidate the wages and benefits for all the staff into the planning budget line. And the reason for that was I can certainly take advantage of spreading the service delivery of all my staff in all the programs. And so that's why I took what amounted to be the planning technologist out of the land division committee budget and bring it into the planning wages and budget. And so the next line on 109 is actually a sizable increase that reflects that change, but it also reflects that we've been able to hire a senior planner to help assist with not only land division committee, but also the planning office plan review function. So that's reflected in the line by line of my budget. So with that, I believe that's my last slide, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments? Councillor Carter.
Back to the LiDAR. So when we get these maps, the view of the region is going to be quite a bit different than our existing maps, particularly regarding wetlands and so on, perhaps. Now, some of the wetlands that we have are these provincially significant wetlands, which once we get the LiDAR mapping may show that they're actually not where we think they are, or some of them aren't really wetlands, and then there's other areas that are not thought to be wetlands that are. So if we have to redo these these designated, particularly provincially significant ones, is there going to be some costs to us in doing all that, or does the province get involved? Or I guess I'm just wondering if there's going to be sort of, because of this, there's going to be some follow-up projects that are going to have costs associated with them.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of the council. Yes, so there'll be, once all this new information comes available, just like the growth projections, that new information, that will spur on county council to think about making adjustments to the county official plan. So certainly from a schedule standpoint, where that new floodplain information comes available, and depending on how that model works out, you'll see primarily the big change will identify areas that will be inundated with water during the severe flooding events. And that may include wetland features. It may also, because of the height of water, expand well beyond the traditional spot of those wetlands. So it certainly will form the basis of improvements to the schedules within the official plan. And it also, this study will actually serve to update and improve our policy and regulatory response to now what we see as potentially high-risk areas. But that will be something, it'll be a cost burden that the county bears, but they can do that as part of their official plan update and review. So.
Councillor Ryle.
I live on the Irondale River, so it's kind of one of those things like it changes its shape every spring. It's just a question of how much does it change. Sometimes it changes a lot, other times not so much. Are we going to be going with the worst case scenario when you get into some of the plains? Like I've had one year in the 20, and I've been there for 16 years. 1 year it came up quite a distance. On average, though, it only comes up so far. In these mapping programs, what are we using as the norm? The holy doodle year or the average year?
No, thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So one of the deliverables that we have to do, we have to give 3 flood risk models. But probably the most central model that we'll use is the flood event that occurred in Timmins. So the province is classified into either 3 or 4 different flood hazard categories, and 3 directions through the province will pick one. But I understand, talking with the Conservation Authority, that we'll be preparing models that reflect the Timmins event. But there's also other ones that we have to prepare for, and one of them will actually be more sensitive to more extreme events as well. So at the end of the day, once the project is finalized and the province approves it, they'll probably select that. But to your question, it will be a worst case scenario.
Councillor Carter. Oh, sorry, then Councillor Diane.
So with what you just said, so, we choose one of the models, but we also have to take into account, like you said, an extreme event. Is this going to change MPAC assessments?
Through you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So how impact events or assessment changes primarily is related to zoning of properties. So let's say, for example, you have a waterfront property now, and it's just zoned as waterfront, but the doodle map shows, well, actually half that property is now inundated or at flood risk. It may be that part of the regulatory enhancements that I was talking about was possibly changing zones. So instead of having a fully zoned waterfront property, you may have a partially zoned waterfront property with its very front facing the water being hazard or environmental protection. But that's something that will take several years after this study to sort of bear its weight. But yes, if that were to happen and zoning was to change, certainly, and it's happened in the past where people have asked for zone assessment credits based on conservation lands, et cetera, et cetera.
Councillor Dayu, then Councillor Rail.
I'm happy to defer to Councillor Rail if it's in conversation, if it's related. Mine is not.
Your hand was up first.
Okay. Looking at your funding opportunities page, I am reminded of a presentation that I watched at Roma from the municipality of Tay Valley on your way to Ottawa, which has very similar demographics to ours, in which our pyramid, our demographic pyramid, is effectively inverted with a number of seniors at the top of the pyramid, and then getting smaller and smaller with each younger generation. And Tay Valley has done a lot of work on creating age-friendly, senior-friendly communities. And they mentioned receiving funding from the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility for planning purposes, growth studies, official plans, all those sorts of things, strategic planning. Is that something that you think we might be able to tap into as we look towards our strategic planning that we're hoping to do in the coming months?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. Most definitely. One of the things, and we're not there yet with regards to updating the county official plan, but as we go through that exercise of doing that, we will look for exterior sources of funding to help that. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was the RED program by OMAFRA. And I've been in other places where we took advantage of funding opportunities through that program to actually look at special studies in other townships I was involved in. So that and other sources would be certainly sought after with regards to looking at updating our fish plan in a year or two.
Councillor Rail.
Steve, just asking with relation to the whole concept of building permits and where I can build as opposed to, not the structure itself, just where can I physically locate it? When this floodplain program is completed, it's going to identify, like I say, I'm using the Arundel River. I could have used the Gull River because they have a tendency to expand more than a typical lake does. And what would normally be a low area would become a flooded area under certain circumstances. Is that going to restrict the ability to build, or is that going to require building requirements that are different? An example has to be on stilts, or it has to be in some way, shape, or form, so that it would not be subject to deterioration because of this flooding. And again, if you could apply that, if there's a current building already there and it now is in a flood area, and I wanted to do a retrofit, how would that work?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of the council. Simple answer is yes, there will be restrictions that say, for example, a property is not identified as a high flood risk, but after our project's done, it is identified as a high risk. Provincial policy actually sets forward restrictive policies. So, for example, if you're in a really high risk area, you can't have like seniors housing or daycares, things like that. So let's say the floodplain in both villages expands out, then that would simply be a cue for zoning regulators to look at whether or not anybody who wants to, say, rezone a property to have like a long-term care facility down by the river for aesthetics reasons, they may not be able to locate there because it's now super risky. The other thing too that this study will do will identify not so risky areas, which is to say that you could, even as a homeowner, look at changing the footprint of your building or your business. And as long as you incorporated appropriate flood proofing measures. So we were dealing with a particular housing project in a village of Haliburton. And for example, they had a requirement that you couldn't have an opening below a certain elevation. So this study will help improve upon that sort of early warning for building staff to say, oh, you're now in a knee deep in water, and that means you can't have a basement window below a certain height. Or you may have to strengthen your walls because the river's flowing a little bit faster past your foundation. So there'll be those types of restrictions, but they're certainly not insurmountable. But some of the restrictions that the province puts in on sort of high value public uses, like I said, with long-term care facilities, if the floodplain now is on a property, that will be ruled out from a development perspective.
Continue.
Steve, the other thing too is I appreciate that this may have absolutely nothing to do with planning, but it has to do with floodplain. Do you see any challenges coming up with people who own properties and it's now been designated as a potential flood issue with regards to insurance? Is that going to require them to lose their insurance, or do you know anything in your history? Have you ever seen that happen before, where people who have been insured, the building's been there for a bunch of years, now it's been designated as a floodplain, and now the insurance company says that we're not covering it?
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of the council. Where I have seen it, I haven't seen it that per se. Where I have seen it, and I was involved in a flood event in Oakville, and what happened was all these homes were in a low-lying area. A big storm went through, and they were all damaged. And through sort of a multi-level of government approach plus insurance companies, they said you couldn't rebuild. They did get their, those who had insurance got their insurance value for your home, but they weren't allowed to rebuild in that location. So that can happen.
Any other questions? Do we have a resolution for this to receive it or no?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And next up is the library. And, welcome, Chris.
Madam Warden,
Forward to your long-awaited library budget presentation.
She said long awaited, not long.
I'll keep it brief. Don't worry. Thank you so much for having me today, and hello to the members of Committee of the Whole. I'm here today to present the 2023 budget for the Haliburton County Public Library. It's always a pleasure, and I appreciate your time. Next slide, please. Just to note that our budget starts on page 97 of the original binder. I am happy to say that one advantage of going a month after I was initially supposed to present is the fact that I was able to find some cost reductions in our budget. So I'll talk more about that, and I'll also be updating the library board at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Well, after much change and many hiring processes over the last 2 years, we have at present filled all the positions in the library. We've added recently, actually almost 6 months ago today, a second part-time courier, which adds some flexibility to the role, so the same person isn't working every Saturday and allows us to arrange and manage vacation time. To support the flow of books and mobile programming initiatives across the county, as mentioned, we now have ordered a courier van. Initially, I didn't have an indication as to when we might expect it, but I have been told by Ford that we might get it in the summertime, which would be great. This was paid for from surplus funds in 2022, and it doesn't impact this budget, however. In the Dysart and Minden Hills branches, we now have new hybrid computer equipment to support board meetings, book clubs, and presentations. And for over a decade, we've been using tabletop projectors in all of our branches. But in fact, this offers a lot more flexibility for what we can do in terms of programming and hosting. As well, continuing in the spirit of modernization, for over a decade, we've added an iPad kiosk in Wilberforce branch, which just frees up for those looking for books, so they don't have to use the single cap computer there. And we are in the process of upgrading our barcode scanners.
we're very excited to announce this year, or just at the end of last year, the launch of Press Reader. I was meeting with our vendor, and she reminded me that I should always tell people that we have access now to 7,000 newspapers and magazines from around the world, right in Haliburton County. So if you have a device inside the library, you can download, the Toronto Star or the Globe and Mail and take it with you when you're traveling. But also from home, you'll have access to these as well with the app and your library card. So there's guaranteed to be something for everyone, and we're constantly reevaluating our digital resources and adding as we can to what we offer. And then lastly, a big ticket item that we were really excited about was the great deal of work that went into the strategic plan through 2021 and into 2022 with the former board, myself, and staff. A great deal of thanks goes out to the staff, the library board, and also the community for their input on creating a plan or a charting a course for the future of the library for the next 5 years. This was done mostly in-house, probably 85% or so. We did have help of a local consultant to assist us with the development of a new mission, vision, and values statement. Next slide, please. We maintain memberships with various library organizations, and I apologize for the acronyms. They are a mouthful, so I didn't put it all on the screen, but Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, the Administrators of Rural and Urban Public Libraries of Ontario, and the Ontario Library Consortium, to name a few. And I sit on these committees and groups as well. These support and advocacy organizations help keep us in the loop of what our colleagues are doing across the province, but they also help us with purchasing power when it comes time to investing in resources for our community members. This year, we've been contributing to help update library guidelines, especially with the RUPLO concerning the county libraries, county library systems in Ontario. And one of the recommendations in the new guidelines is a 1% spending of the budget on staff training, which is something that we factored in this year. Several present and new staff continue to upgrade their skills at the library with a 10-part course from the Ontario Library Service called the Excel program. This provides specialized training and context for working in Ontario libraries, and any staff member that we train would be able to walk in through the doors of any other library in Ontario and function once they learn the software that particular library uses. So it's a high-level training indicative of what you would expect to find at a college level. As a team, we took a crisis intervention de-escalation training this past year. We brushed up on incident reporting, and we learned about anti-stigma and harm reduction practices. And then earlier in the year, we also got together for team building and cultural awareness training with some local elders in the community. Our proposal for the Ontario Library Association's Super Conference, the big library conference event of the year, which took place just last week, was accepted, and I went to support my staff who presented on the accessibility features of our new website. And there was a great deal of interest in this topic. There were 30 people in the room, but there were also 90 people that tuned in digitally to hear what we had to say about building an accessible library website on a reasonable amount of funds. So this was the first time we met in person with library colleagues since early 2020. Next slide, please. In September, our major book vendor contacted us to report an anticipated up to 10% increase in the cost of printing, publishing, shipping, which would impact purchasing of books. Technically, it means about one book for every 10 books that we would buy in any given year we'd be unable to purchase that. However, we did our best to find cost savings as we were creating the budget. Reductions were made in the areas of postage, mileage, and automation costs to anticipate and address this jump in costs. It's affecting libraries everywhere around the world currently. But our collection is something that the community really values, and they don't hold back about telling us about that. So maintaining that level of choice was important to us, and that's why we've reorganized funds so we can absorb about a 7% increase. So we're not sure it'll be 10%. We're hoping it's closer to 7%. Moving forward beyond 2023, we're going to be maintaining our French language purchasing using a portion of the collections budget. And I can say that through the pandemic, this aspect of the collection did become a bit more stale, but we had a resurgence of interest in French language books that we have. We were gifted some books by a major Canadian illustrator who dropped them off. He has a cottage in the Minden Hills area. And at that same time, we were approached by the Canadian Parents for French Ontario for this grant of $1,000, which helped us invest in new books for reading level age. And with that, we were launching story time, French story times for the first time with children. And now there will be an adult conversation club in French as well. So we're happy to have this extra support. Last year, we received funding from the Haliburton and District Lions Club to support children's programming purchases, and we were able to invest in a portable puppet stage, new puppets, and a parachute, among other things. Meanwhile, the Rotary Club of Haliburton has helped us fund Canopy, a streaming service for documentaries and feature films. And we just found out at the end of last year that they'll continue to sponsor the platform into 2023. So we're really grateful for that. Fundraising continues to be one of my ongoing priorities, as there are many people in the community that do want to see the library succeed and help us in any way they can. And then also, thanks to a new idea from municipal staff in Minden Hills this winter, we partnered with lending 5 family skating passes. We hadn't done that before. This is for the Minden Arena. So that's another exciting addition to the fun things to borrow on our website. It's a great partnership. And I would also add that Dysart et al. Got together with 28 days of fun program with them as well. Next slide, please. Again, with fundraising, the Friends of the Haliburton County Public Library provide important financial support, but also outreach and advocacy for the library. And the money that they raise every year is substantial. They help us also manage both the good used books that are donated to the library, but also the books that we take off the shelf to make room for the incoming ones each year, as we have a finite amount of space. This group puts in countless hours sorting, selling, and promoting book sales and the library everywhere they go. And this benefits all library branches, particularly the programming that happens in our libraries. With the help of the Friends, we're able to make additional technology purchases, such as the AWE computers for youths at our four of our branches. And then this year, the Friends supplied us with new canvas book bags to support the ongoing funding they've given us for book club sets over the years. There are now 80 book club sets for people to choose from. And there are over 33, last count I heard was 33 book clubs across the county, which are quite active and do make great use of these books. We also now have books for sale by donation in nearly all of our branches. And last year, the Friends expanded to include the Highland Grove branch. Through the pandemic, the Friends were able to fundraise and function at a high level with events such as the Kurt Browning one you see on the screen, as they transitioned quite amazingly to a digital platforms, Zoom and whatnot, to continue fundraising. So again, their dedication is appreciated, and we, myself and the staff, are really pleased for their help. And it's worth noting that this year, in 2023, the Friends will be celebrating their 20th anniversary. This will be April 7th. Next slide, please. The new vehicle I mentioned will take our show on the road in terms of programming and services, such as mobile Wi-Fi and signing people up for memberships at events such as the book club, the farmers market or fall fairs, or for example, Bookapalooza. We hope to make our presence known across the county and indicate to our patrons and visitors that we're part of a unified and connected library system. New technology, again, as I mentioned, to support staff. In terms of ergonomics, we process thousands of books every week, and these constant hand motions will be aided with the help of new 2D scanners.
as well as specialized training for library staff so that we're all prepared for social challenges that we're seeing in the branches. We made naloxone, Narcan available in our branches, should it be needed. We hope it isn't. We learned just yesterday, as you may have heard, that the opioid crisis is coming a little closer to home and is happening now within our borders of our local health unit. So this is something that we're glad to be ahead of in terms of training. There's been a great deal of community data and feedback over the last couple of years, which helps us make choices about the programs and services that we invest in, and also helps us spend our resources towards best outcomes. And this is really due to a lot of the partnerships and volunteer help that we receive. There's a constant offer of help. People call us sometimes. Even just yesterday, I had two people I spoke with who said, just tell me how can I help the library. This is a really wonderful thing about Haliburton County. Next slide, please. Second last. From a spending perspective, I didn't come in asking for any changes to the library's expenses. We were able to make changes, as I mentioned, regarding the increase anticipated for book purchasing. However, there was some new costs that came along that we hadn't anticipated. One of these is the requirement that OMERS is making a requirement that we offer and also budget for our staff to have the option to join the pension plan. This is our part-time staff. The reason it impacts the library financially in a big way is because slightly more than 2/3 of our staff are part-time. And so it's not for certain how many people will opt into the program, but we do need to budget for that. As well, the finance department advised me some time ago now that we could expect an approximately 15% increase in overall insurance costs for the library. So I had built that in. But I've since learned that we'll probably find a reduction of about $1,550 or so. So there's some cost savings there. As well, shortly before this presentation, we applied for the Young Canada Works for 2 students in the summer. And the difference this year in what the program would offer us would increase our revenues by $4,379. So there's cost reductions in the original ask by almost $6,000 with those 2 items. The annual cost of living increase, shortly before I joined the organization in early 2021, the library board set out to match the cost increases for county union staff over a 3-year period. So for the years 2021 to 2023, of course, this is a choice that the board made. It's 1.75% increase, but it was approved back in 2021, and we needed to include that as well for this year. So all told, the figure for this year above the regular budget is $93,751. I will note that before coming here, the library board from last year did already approve this budget. And so I'm coming to you with requests for your seal of approval or your budget approval on this year's 2023 budget. But before that, last slide, please. I'd be very pleased to answer any questions. Librarians do love questions. And if there's any items regarding costs, I'm here to answer those too.
Questions for Chris? Councillor Carter.
How many active users do you have?
Well, as you can imagine, through the early days of the pandemic, the numbers dropped. We know this from our annual survey, which is posted every April with the province. We are required to record details such as this. So the reason for the drop is mainly because people stayed either home if they were in the city and they weren't coming up to their cottage, or they started to come up to their cottage but realized they had to reapply to have their library card reinstated if it had been more than 2 years. So we went, I think, from 7,500 to 6,800 active members. My top priority after my budget presentation and board meeting this afternoon is to get started on the annual survey. So I'm actually quite interested to see. I do expect that our numbers are probably over 7,000 now, because every time I turn around, we're getting stacks of pages, and each page represents a membership. Those are coming in the book bins from the couriers from all the branches. So I would estimate that we're back up around the 7,000 mark, but I can let you know for sure. That's actually a remarkable number, considering that, you know, the county, even with the new census numbers of about 20,000, it represents about a third of the community members are members. Like, this is sometimes the entire family signs up, obviously, but yeah, thanks for the question.
Other questions for Chris? Councillor Rael?
Chris, I don't know if anybody can start recognizing what you've done in the time you've been here, and just the volume of it, the dedication applied to it, and just the sheer fact that the tenacity, you just wouldn't give up on it. So thank you very much for that. My question is going to be related to, like, 2023 is, gosh, we finally have arrived to where maybe we've got normality. Do you believe that the results coming from 2023, and I realize we're at the very first of the year, but the end of the year, do you see that as being what you would call a typical operating year under the new norm? When we look back at the 2024 budget and make our decisions at that time.
Through the warden to the committee, thank you for the vote of confidence. I really have to mention my staff, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do any of this. And certainly the board as well has been supportive. So thank you. We're already on track for a return to normalcy, if you can call it that, in terms of programming numbers, which we're seeing. So for January, we had 438 people using library attending library programs across the system. This is a staggering number, considering that trumps some of what our summer numbers were last year. This is January. Like, travel has been poor. We've actually had at least 2 closures for part of the time with some of the branches. So I don't want to be too optimistic this early in the year, but I would, for the feeling from most of the library colleagues I met at the conference in Toronto last week is that they're already seeing more participation, certainly with the membership numbers, but also with the people who are just coming. Like, the library is a busier place. When I first started in 2021, September, I looked out the window of my office and I said, where are all the families? Where are all the kids? And they were scarce to be found. And for a good reason. We were still in the midst of a great deal of change with the pandemic. But yeah, I mean, I know what a full throttle library feels like when it's up and going, and I feel confident saying that there's momentum that I'm surprised by already. So thank you.
I have one question for you that I'm not sure has an impact on your budget, but one of the things that the previous board had identified was the need for a specific library emergency response plan. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts about proceeding with developing that. And
yeah, thank you. Great question. And I know that's come up before. And in fact, we will be reviewing both the 2022 work plan and the 2023 work plan today with the board, the library board. And I believe it's one of the goals listed at the end of that. And if it's not, we will be adding it, because that's certainly something I intended to address this year.
I found it particularly during the process of the pandemic, and at the beginning of the pandemic in particular, that there was, there were no protocols to follow. There was no specific plan. And I mean, the county itself has a plan, and I know that there's some overlap, but it didn't exactly fit. So it was sort of determined that that's something that does need to be done at some point in time. So yeah, I'd appreciate if that was added to your discussion.
Thank you. And I'll just follow up by saying that, we have so much intersection with organizations throughout the county that recognize that the library is a busy community space, and we're all invested in a high level of training around health and safety and emergency preparedness. And I think we do fairly well because it's always front of mind. Like we walk into a room with a young family and we're always thinking about like, what are the obstacles here? Like we have to be aware. We just moved some furniture around because we had a staff member trip over a table that we knew was constantly problematic. But those are like the microcosm, but like we're at every level of the organization, we're factoring in because there are people involved. The library is very much about people. So thank you.
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Walt. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not trying to be negative here, but I do speak for my constituents, and I do get asked quite often, you know, like why there's such a number of libraries in certain parts of our county. Do you ever see a time when that they could be reduced, that number? That's the question I kind of get asked.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Through the warden to the committee. This is a challenge for sure in that I don't really want to be the librarian that is known for closing libraries. However, we are a data-driven organization. We're an information professional organization. We are tied to these organizations I mentioned, and there is a great deal of support from counselors that I've spoken with and also constituents about the issue about the use of libraries. Like I say, we're data driven. So if the libraries are being used, it's easy to make the case for why we would continue to support them. In the case of, Highlands East, it's come up multiple times about how there are 4 locations within that municipality. Obviously, through, planning and the statistics, like this is something that we are able to look at. The data is on our computer about who's using the libraries, those members, those 6,800 or 7,000 members of their library card. We're able to track what's happening. And so that's, we have a baseline from past years. We have the annual survey to talk about where we've come. The future of what our service model looks like is very much up in the air. I'm very flexible on the conversation. It really just needs to be data driven so people understand that it comes from a fair place and an equitable place, so that everyone is served in a way that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. So next, I believe that we have some financial and budget recommendations.
Hello again. So bringing to you draft 2
gentlemen,
of the budget update. After observing council's discussions during our first draft presentation, staff are recommending a number of budget updates, which I've outlined within my report. The updates are based on our understanding that council would consider reductions where there's no specific projects identified for 2023, where expenses were being phased in over time, and where funds were being transferred to reserves with no immediate plans for use. The updates identified in my report are a total decrease of $824,232.52 to the original levy number provided, bringing the tax rate increase down from 6.24% to 2.32%. However, like previously mentioned today, things are moving quickly. And the CAO did notify me this morning that we have received verbal response from the consultant with regards to item 10 on my report, the multi-use pathway in Dysart. We have been notified that a 3-way stop will not work at that location. So council may want to consider adding those monies back into the budget. And if so, that would change the tax rate increase to 3.01%.
I would just raise a question, seeing how you brought up that particular point. Do we in fact need a light installation at this time? Is it recommended by the consultant that it take place now, or is that something that we might be looking for in a year or two based on traffic flows. And it looks to me like Robert's going to give us the answer to that question.
Yes, thank you, Warden. I've asked the consultant to actually speak to that when they respond to us in our memo, just to see if we can defer that, because we want to make sure we limit any sort of liability that we might have. So I do believe we can, but I just want to be sure how long we could defer it if council decides to do that.
I'm sorry, Andrea, you said it would increase the levy to 3.01. Okay, council have looked at the recommended changes. And I would ask what questions or thoughts you might have about those. Councillor Dayoud.
Thanks very much. On your report points 12 and 13, which refer to housing, affordable housing and housing reserves, I get the justification that's been written here. My overarching thought is we are facing a bit of a housing crisis. There are some councils who are thinking a little bit beyond the traditional box in how to get affordable housing going, using their powers as a natural person that's been granted to us by the Municipal Act to really think about, what can we do that isn't tied necessarily to the presentations that we heard this morning from City of Kawartha Lakes. So my question is, are these monies that you're suggesting that we decrease tied so specifically to those programs that if we don't have something within those programs to allocate them to, we really can't include them as a reserve contribution? Or could we potentially keep that money going into the reserve in case in the next calendar year we can figure out something that will help us jumpstart our housing crisis response?
I think our CAO's bursting to say something.
No, if you want to give it a shot, council can certainly transfer those without any, specified project. You can certainly put a transfer to reserves. In our case, we took sort of 3 guiding principles from the conversation. If there's no specific project, no purpose for it, then don't do the transfer. So that's why we've made this recommendation, but council can do what you wish.
In response to that was, I have a very small number of comments or concerns about the recommendations that were being made. I was really pleased to see, and I have to thank you gentlemen for the work that you've done to the changes and the reductions that we've been able to be successful with the exception of this one. I'm very concerned about removing that amount of money from going into reserves for the very reasons that you just outlined. I think that there are, or maybe other requirements or things that we can do. Housing is our top issue, and it impacts everything that all of us do. And I am really concerned about taking that out, because I would like to think that there are some opportunities for thinking outside of the box, for just maybe looking at what our options are. I know that there are plans for a housing forum, in the not too distant future, and I would like to see, if that entire amount of money doesn't remain in the budget, at least a portion of it. I'd like to be able to if we can't all agree to it all staying in the budget, to at least agreeing to a portion of it remaining there, because of the extreme importance of housing and the intricacies and different levels of housing that we're looking at and needs. It's not all for affordable housing projects, but I know that that's our primary goal. But I think that there may be some other things that we can do with that money. Councillor Shell.
I would agree with you. Everything trickles down from not having housing. It's the biggest thing we hear is about housing. We can't get workers because there's no housing. I would like to see that remain in there as well, and see what the percentage looks like with it still included, possibly. You do that off the top of your head?
Well, I can let you know, 210,000 approximately is 1%.
still making some, we still made some pretty, serious inroads in reducing, from our starting point. Councillor Royale?
I totally agree. I think if we don't recognize that we're in a crisis, then it'll just gobble us up at some point in time. On the other hand, I also understand that any time a tax goes up, it doesn't get a lot of favorable response from those who are paying it. I kind of like the word compromise, if that's a possible option. If we were to take and put half of it back, as opposed to all of it back, would that be something we could all live with? In other words, instead of putting $275,000 back in, we would put something more in the tune of $130,000 to $135,000 back in. And then that way we'd be able to have something to work with. I'm just asking.
Councillor Fury?
Well, I understand that there will be no housing projects this year. Am I right in that? So that they're 2 years out before we get any social housing projects. And I know the one in Haliburton has opted out of doing the social housing project because of the red tape, other things and control. So I don't know where the projects are going to come from. And you mentioned some other housing projects. Are we going to get into subsidizing private enterprise?
Well, when I say other projects, I mean, I'm thinking in particular for, okay, here's one example. The Warden's Caucus is looking at a big housing project across Eastern Ontario.
Okay.
And there's going to come a time when there will have to be a contribution to that from all of the municipalities in Eastern Ontario. And if we don't continue to build on our reserves for housing, now I'm not saying that we need to specifically do a study ourselves this year, although we might decide that we want to do something, we need to prepare and be ready. And I think that our existing reserves at 360,000, not going to go very far. And
I would just, if I might clarify, the 360 is already committed to the Highway 35 project. In addition to that, there's 191,000 that is non-committed.
but it's not a lot of money, in the big picture of things, when you look at what's required to get into housing. And I want us to be prepared. I do not want us to find ourselves a year or two down the road being asked for a huge amount of money, creating a much bigger increase. I think if we have to increase the tax rate, that it's better to be done incrementally than faced with an astronomical ask at some point down the road that we can't meet, or we need to borrow for more. Councillor Shell.
That's going to be my next point as well. The same thing. And the fact that what things cost today in 2 years when they actually go to do the program are probably going to be that much more expensive. As a member of council sitting here, this is something I don't mind selling to the community, that we actually kept the taxes or raised the taxes at 1% or whatever it works out to be, 1.3, because of housing.
Councillor Carter.
So I guess my question is, trying to understand the motion that has been crafted here. What exactly are we going to be approving or today when we vote on this motion? What is it that we are approving?
I want to start spending money. No,
Okay.
no, what we're asking you to do is basically put your thumbprint on a tax levy amount so that we can bring back a bylaw with tax rates calculated and basically a budget approval bylaw
For the council meeting at the end of the month.
So for all intents and purposes, we're finalizing the numbers. So now I have my question there, my comment, if I could.
Carry on.
On housing. I mean, it's really difficult right now because, housing is, as we saw today, we're in an impossible situation where even if we meet our 10-year plan, we're still behind. And the demand continues to go up. I guess I have very different thinking in one way on this, in terms of if we are going to build municipal housing, it's something that we're not building for today. You know, it's being built for the next 50+ years. Okay. I don't have a problem with borrowing for that. At the time when you're building it. I mean, it is purpose-built housing that is going to be kept for the municipality for the next number of decades. So, I recognize that, hopefully any project that you have, the monies that you garner from rent and so on pays for the cost of paying off the mortgage and the interest. So in other words, there's not an impact on the taxpayer or the rest of the tax base in the area. So I know this is really difficult, and housing is really something I really want to get done, but a compromise at best would be, from my perspective, I guess.
I think that's what you're hearing is, if we can't get agreement on that full amount, if we can reach a compromise of, say, as Councillor Rail said, 130, I would say $150,000. I just believe that is a safer approach to take, given what we know is ahead of us. And, it's fine to talk about borrowing money. And I know we'll have to do that if we get into a project, but, the less that we have to do that, in my mind, the better. I look at reserves and I see a $3 million reduction in our reserve levels. And that concerns me. I mean, Murray has heard me talk about that since day one that I've been on this council, that we have sufficient reserves in place to do what we need to do. And, when I look at that reduction, and the level of importance of housing, I just think that we need to continue to suck some money away. It's not a lot of money in the big picture of things.
Sure.
Councillor Fury.
Well, I totally agree. It's not a lot of money, but I'm not sure about the legality of taking taxpayers' money when you really don't have a specific project for it. Like my colleague said here, if a project of that size, if you have to borrow or you mortgage it and it's spread out over a long period of time, I don't think we're ever going to have enough money in reserves to start meeting the challenges of the city of Kawartha Lakes. We're never going to have that. So we'll just have to borrow money like we did for other projects. I don't know if it's proper to take money when you haven't got a specific project, and right now we don't. Highway 35 is not going ahead. I understand. Is that right?
Not this year. Councillor Dayu.
Well, to that end, I wonder if we could get a giddy up on our own conversation about housing. When we listen to the delegations such as this morning, it feels like we're very much at the mercy of other agencies telling us what we can and cannot do when it comes to affordable and accessible housing. But we've identified a really specific segment of housing need in our county. And I, as far as I understand, we have the ability as a natural person to try to figure out how we can address that gap. And perhaps some monies this year, although we don't have a staff recommendation in front of us, maybe we could commit to thinking through what our role might be to act as county council in trying to respond to that crisis. So if this year is taken up thinking about what those pieces are, then by this time next year, we might have a far more specific idea of the kind of levy that we could be committing to a very specific project.
One of the things that, and I'll recognize you in just a moment, one of the things that we have heard about, and one of the things that I promoted during my election campaign was the need for a housing forum, that I would like to have a housing task force or a housing forum Now I understand, I believe that there's still plans, kind of going ahead or some discussion about a forum that's been guided by Places for People or representatives of, but, I'm wondering whether that's something that shouldn't be guided through the county. And I, that could form, part of what we're setting aside. If you want a project that's specific, that we do need to look at what we can possibly do or change, in what we might see in our official plan going forward. In so many ways, I would like us to investigate that further. And I see Councillor Carter and then Councillor Rao.
I'm reminded of Pogo. We have met the enemy and them is us. There's no real, or I don't really understand your thoughts of outside agencies. KLHHC is us. Okay, we, in this case, yes, because of legalities, the city of Kawartha Lakes is the shareholder. But we are full partners and working with them. I've been on the board there for 4 years now. There's, as just so happens that right now the majority of the board are from Haliburton County. We are working together on all projects right across the city and the county. So there's nothing, no agency that's stopping us, or there's, if we have ideas, I mean, we have the institution and the body who not only knows how to build, but knows how to operate and has the staffing and the professionalism to be able to put it all together. So there's nothing, there's no use us starting another separate organization when we already have one. So that's not the problem. And I just want to make sure that I get across the concept on the borrowing. Okay, it's not that we are borrowing money. I know the way it works legally. Yes, we borrow money right now. All the KLHAC monies that are borrowed really by the city of Kawartha Lakes, and we then pay a portion of it in some formula or something like that. But the point is that on the borrowing, yes, it goes onto the books, but it is not being paid for by the taxpayers. Okay, it is being paid for by that project. So the rents and the other revenues that are coming into that project pay that borrowing. So it's not like we're borrowing for, a road or there's something else that's going onto our taxpayers' bill. This would be specific borrowing for community housing that is paid for by that housing. So it's, I wish that, the province would recognize the difference between, the community housing type borrowing, because it is a different type of an asset than a road or a water tower or sewer or something like that. So that's my point. I
thank you for the lesson in borrowing, Councillor Carter. I've got to say though, I disagree with your, maybe I should say I am not on the same level as you, and I have not been involved in the housing board. I don't have the same level of confidence in the ability of the city of Kawartha Lakes to move Haliburton County forward at the pace that we might like to see. And I think that there are other things that we can do specific to zoning changes that we might make in our official plan that might allow for a little more out of the box sorts of developments. What can we do that's a little bit different? And that's got nothing to do with the city of Kawartha Lakes. Absolutely.
One thing, as was noted today, KLHHC is an independent body run by a board of directors. The shareholder is the city of Kawartha Lakes. But I can tell you that the interaction we have with the city of Kawartha Lakes, yes, they have members on the board, is that, we had the annual general meeting last week, which took all of like 6 minutes when we go in and we give them our budget and they say fine and off we go. So yeah, there are some other issues with the on the financial side about the borrowing and how much, we are going to be allowed to borrow for housing. But the point is, this is an independent board. The City of Kawartha Lakes is not directing KLHHC. We are. The KLHHC board is. So yes, there's plenty of things that we can do locally, but it really is, if we can facilitate what KLHHC can do, then we can be successful in building. But I'm not. It is an independent group.
Well, I mean, we all need to realize that the bottom line is that Minden Hills and Dysart et al. Do have the final say when it comes to this. And, I would just hope that there's some willingness to, was being used earlier, to negotiate a little bit with respect to this. Councillor Rael, and then I'm sure we'll go back to Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I think here it's the difference between being proactive and reactive. In other words, do we wait till we get into a problem, which we're already in, to deal with it, or do we proactively look down the road to see what we can do about avoiding whatever additional problems we might run into? And I think that the fact that we're in reactive mode is we get no option. That we were in it 10 years ago, so now we're in it still. So that doesn't change. But we can be proactive about the way we react to it, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And I don't have any problem with the argument of borrowing. I don't have any problem with being part of a larger group. But I also have, and one of the things that when I came to council last term, is I got so entrenched with the concept of made in Haliburton County. And that Haliburton County, although we are the best partner you could ever get involved with, we are a very strong partner. We lead, we follow when we need to, and we lead when it's necessary. You can't lead if you don't have something to lead with. And I think right now it's a question of looking and saying, what do we have that we can offer to anybody, regardless of what it is? One of the things that we have here, and it's been addressed before, is we have a lot of situations where wells and septic systems are the only way you can build anything. And yet when you start looking at places who want to develop it, they don't want to touch it. So now what do? Do we allow another organization? Not allow is a terrible word to use. That did not come out anywhere near the way I thought it would. But do we give control over that to another organization who may or may not be as familiar with our situation as we are? Or do we take an active role in it and say, listen, guys, here's what we found out. Would you like to get involved? And I think the idea of us doing our own work now, whether it's an organization of our own, which I have a tendency to agree that may not be the right route to take, but to do nothing and to allow another organization to lead us, in my mind, have another organization lead us is a good thing. Do nothing is not. And I have no problem whatsoever in putting some kind of a compromise amount in, because I think that's the route we should be taking. The immediate thing is just not going to go away. And the more we borrow, I know when I go out and buy a car, I just don't go out tomorrow morning and buy a car. I try to put a couple of bucks in the bank. So when I buy the car, I got a down payment to make. And I think this is more of a down payment than anything else. And so I guess now I kind of said what I was going to say.
One of the things that I have heard during the course of the election, because you hear from so many people with so many different perspectives, but 100% of the time when the discussion came up about housing was the desire for some made in Haliburton solutions. And that has resonated a lot with me. And I can't quite shake the need for us to do that. But back to Councillor Carter.
Yeah. So I can tell you that the KLHHC has been very active at trying to find all sorts of solutions, and also very open to any type of proposal that comes. The reason why the Highway 35 project is under KLHHC is because KLHHC has the ability to acquire government monies, okay, that help to subsidize the thing. Now, the fact that the same damn government and the MTO has caused us nothing but grief is a, you know, a whole other story. But you know, and that's really what's been, has held up that project and is still holding up the project. So the thing is that as when we start talking about land, which is what we have here in Haliburton County, unfortunately, it's not serviced land. And as soon as you start to talk about non-serviced land, where you're going to build something that is more than 4 units on it, you start talking about having to go to what I, you know, mistakenly call industrial strength, you know, water treatment and sewage, and having to bring in somebody like Aqua at, you know, $50,000 or $100,000 a year to maintain whatever it is that you have built. The problem is you can pretty much do quickly on the back of an envelope your total costs because of those things added to, you know, paying off the mortgage or whatever it is on the building versus what the rents are. Because back to, you know, we heard this morning, Ontario Works is still giving people $389 a month for lodging. And so your average monthly rents, which are probably like that, we said $1,800 to $2,500 a month. That's not what the official numbers are. And we have to charge 80%. In order to acquire any government monies, you need to be charging something like 80% of the monthly rental, the average monthly rental. But our average monthly rental is much lower than what it really is. You know, the numbers that they get from the surveys are much lower than what you would have to pay on the street. Part of the reason is that, you know, right now there may be somebody who's renting something for $1,000 because they've had it for a long time. If they were ever to move out, you know, the landlord wouldn't be charging the next person $1,000. They would be moving it up to what the market number is. So it's really difficult to generate enough funds to make the project work. In other words, for it to pay for itself, unless somebody is, and paying for itself is after all the subsidies that we have to give. Don't forget, Mr. Rudder can help me out here as to exactly what the number is, but for every unit, we pay a certain amount per month as a subsidy, correct?
That's correct.
So if we add 100 units, you know, that's going to hit our budget. This is where I'm sort of a mind of saying that's going to go into our operational costs. Things like borrowing and so on need to be, you know, with the project and paid for by the project, because there are no outside forces really stopping us here except for money and the way the provincial and the federal governments have decided that they will not fund bricks and mortar. Back in the 70s and 80s and so on, when Stanworth was built and other places, there was still funding available for bricks and mortar. It doesn't exist anymore. And unfortunately, the bricks and mortar are what costs you the most money these days.
Well, I mean, it's obviously there's some different schools of thought here. I would add, though, that the housing folks in the city of Kawartha Lakes do not look at every proposal that comes to them in any depth at all. They've recently been given an example of something that somebody wants to do in the county, and they wouldn't even look at it. So, you know, they're
didn't come to KLGC.
Not 100%. Well, obviously, I mean, we don't all agree on you know what everybody is saying, but we do need to land somewhere with this particular item. So, you know, I guess I'd kind of go around the table. I know we're not supposed to do straw votes, but to see where we are with in, out, compromise. Councillor Shell.
I will compromise to the 150, but I don't think it should be out.
Councillor Rao.
I absolutely agree.
Councillor Burton, how do you know you're next?
Agreed.
I'm happy with the full amount or compromise. And I do hear what Councillor Carter is saying. I still think there is scope, however, for us to think about things that KLHHC may not be specifically aligned to, like our own zoning bylaws and tiny homes and other things that have to do with this table's work that can enable KLHHC or can enable others, but isn't trying to replicate what they intend to do.
I'm for leaving the full amount in or the compromise of 150,000. So it's over to you two gentlemen.
Well, I would compromise, but closer to 100.
Yeah, I think 100 is fair. I'd be fine with 100. That's something at least.
Well, if you're willing to go that far, then that sounds like a compromise to me. It's not maybe what all of us want, but then, you know, in essence, you can overrule us if you want. So, you know, I'd rather us reach a compromise and an agreement.
I'd like to say your idea of let the municipalities get out of the way with their zoning bylaws. The province is trying to do that now. You know, when housing costs have gone from $300 a square foot per house to $400 and $450. We're in an inflationary period. That's why housing's not going ahead. So until that comes under control, we're not going to get housing here.
Well, you know, in fact, so there's part of my feeling is that the province is not helping us. I think that they're pointing the finger at us and laying all the costs or loss of, you know, revenues right in our laps. And you know, I've got a real problem with that. Well, we've reached an agreement on that amount of money. Is there anything else in this list of recommended changes that that anyone wants to comment on or has an issue with? Councillor Carter.
So now, you know, showing that I can argue two sides of any coin. I guess my only concern is that I would like that, and I'm not suggesting that you guys haven't done an exhaustive look at all of this, but I am concerned on maybe a couple of the reserves, like the vehicle reserve. If every vehicle that we're seeing is costing, you know, 8 to 10% more than we had anticipated, are we putting enough into the reserve to make sure that it can be that it's sustainable?
Thank you.
Because those are real. That's a real project. I mean, you know, those are real numbers, and I don't want us to get in behind on that. So I just ask that the numbers be double checked, you know, if you will.
But to ask them to double check them would delay a decision at the end of the month. If we need to come, like, if we need this time to develop a rate increase and a bylaw that goes with it. Andrea, maybe you can help us out.
Sorry, I just want to point out that we did, because we did get some numbers back from the tandem, as you heard earlier today. We have adjusted the fleet numbers within the updates that I've provided to you to give you based on actual numbers that we've received so far.
That's I just wanted to make sure. Not that I doubted you, but for any moment.
Councillor Dayoud and Councillor Ryle.
Thanks. On the shoreline bylaw budget, which is now down to net zero, do we have a final answer from Dysart Council on that? We do not. So this is assuming
they will be having a meeting in I was going to say middle of the month, and we will have a report coming back to us from Mr. Stone at our council meeting on
before we rubber stamp this. Before we
well, it will not be, well, I guess it depends on what their response is, but I mean, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Ryle.
My question is just related to the fact that, like, we talked about 12 and 275,000 is going down to 100,000, but is that going to include 13? guess 13 is another 34,000.
13.
Item 13, 34,325.
Like,
I guess I would view those two differently. I think in Kawartha Lakes, our initial budget, what we called our sustainability number for taking care of existing housing units, was really, there was no magic to the calculation. They did a 30-year asset management plan. I wish I could remember Councillor Carter's. It was based on real numbers at the time, but when you're projecting out 30 years, it's pretty, it's a guess. And so we just divided the total needs that they identified over 30 years and divided that by 30. And then we came up with an annual allocation of 252,000 and change. We have been collecting much more than they've been asking for a number of years. And so we were going to have a look at that anyway. We asked them for updated numbers and they gave us a new 10-year plan, which I would say is, the average need every year is closer to the 218. But we also have the 430,000 in reserve. So we believe for the 5 to 10 year period that they've shown us, with the 218,000 annual allocation in the budget, plus drawing from that 431,000 any difference or anything that exceeds that, we think you're in pretty decent shape for the near future anyway, like the 5 to 10 year period. So I don't think that jeopardizes any program. I don't think it jeopardizes any, it's not, that's really just money that's set aside to maintain the existing social housing stock. And I think you have, between the annual allocation and the money that's in reserve, I think you have sufficient funds for that.
Okay. So taking out the 34,000 is not the end of the world.
I don't think so. I think,
okay.
Yeah.
Any other of these items that remain a concern? I really do thank you, gentlemen, for the work that you put into this and, the time you've spent with Mike and Andrea and, there's been a lot of success.
I just like to thank the staff because they did most of the work.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was the threat, the fear.
Well, and in fact, that's one of the things that I wanted to do is to thank all of you, for the work that you've done on our budget and this is a particularly tough year. We know that. We know that there's lots of things that we'd like to do or would, want to be able to do and can't necessarily this year. So our sincere appreciation to all of the staff department heads that have worked on this and got us to this point. Because the original estimate probably was going to give people heartburn, if not a heart attack. So could I have a mover and a seconder to bring this forward, to approve this and bring it forward for our council meeting? Councillors Fury and Carter, thank you.
So I have amended the one from the staff report. So there would be it resolved that Haliburton County Committee of the Whole receives the February 8th, 2023 budget update and budget approval request staff report. And further, that it be recommended to Haliburton County Council that the amendments outlined in this report, with the exception of item 12, which should be reduced only to $100,000, be incorporated into the 2023 operating and capital budgets. And further, that it be recommended to Haliburton County Council that the 2023 operating and capital budgets be adopted as presented.
All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Councillor Carter, Councillor Dayu. All in favor? That's carried. We're missing Walt to do that.